8000. Hello, Dominique.
Hey, Alex, how you doing?
Oh, well, I suppose that's going to require a show. So let me start it out with welcome, friends and enemies of YouTube. This is the Axis. I'm with Dominique, and we're going to give you a taste of pure rat blood. Thank you for coming live with me, Dom. I appreciate that. Been an
Always hope.
intriguing endeavor today. Actually, these last couple of days have been an intriguing endeavor. I do understand now why I hate using the reference, but the Jesus guy or the more enlightened take themselves to the point of when they fast or they do the 40-day stint in the desert, such as to say, if religious observation, and I don't ascribe to the Bible, so don't take Jesus out of my mouth and put it up my ass. But I understand why they take themselves to that point and that brink of almost death with the fasting, the seclusion, the state of awareness and being that you can become in contact with when the body is preparing itself for a potential demise. And that's what it seems to be. The body, to reach that level of communication, you almost have to trick the body into a state of depletion, exhaustion, or of imposing imminent death. And there's a chemical reaction, apparently, that transpires within the body that allows you a state of God, it's so hard to describe. I tried to lay it to you through chat when I was speaking on that particular level today, Dom. It's profound. It's a movement. It's a vibration. It's a state. It is coherent and adhesive to every station of your existence, but it is not local. It is not local at all.
When you say it's not local, are you talking about we're receiving information from somewhere else or we're somewhere else?
Well, we are the information, Dom. To my discovery, we are the information by proxy of extension. And those are different states, such as the three states that I usually talk about, the ethereal, here and now prime material, and the ethereal. There is a conduit that runs between them and unifies them into one state of awareness. But it's not a localized state. Though those three are communicating in perfect synchronicity into one cohesive state, you then discover, or at least I did, that this is just a state. This is not the um, the localized source of what our center of being truly is. We receive and send information through conduits to different states of being that even far vastly are removed from this one. This last one damn near killed me, Dom.
How so? Like to get to it or to come back? Which one was more tougher, challenging, or you get that idea that it was tough?
Um, it was easy to put myself into that condition. It was very difficult to sustain that condition. Is why I was trying to relay to you through chat the best I could the experience, so that maybe you could capture something from it. But the recovery from that is when the true movement starts to happen. And that's when the coherency becomes evident. Because once you're in that state and you're removed from that state, you can then observe that you were in that state. But when you're in that state, it's a state of just it's magnificent. It's profound. It is a reassurance that this is just a state. At least for me, I'm speaking from my perspective, and I don't expect anybody to do anything that I do. As a matter of fact, I give a word of warning and advice: do not do what I do.
That might actually encourage them to do it then. People always like to
Well,
do the opposite.
I tell you, Dom, I don't suggest it. Not for anybody who hasn't spent their life in a state of development, um, and isn't mentally sound in their insanity. Until you become comfortable with your insanity, I I, I suggest do not tread where I go, because you will probably and I'm figuring in most cases, because people are so uh, generalized and localized with their thinking, that complete removal from that could be damaging to them, just because sometimes there are things that break when the right amount of pressure is put on it, such as glass, you know, wood. That's just a part of the constant that doesn't change, and the mind is the same way. It can snap.
I guess if they're being guided, if they turn to that inner guidance or that guidance, they would be here. The ones that are usually in a place that shouldn't be, I would hope that they wouldn't be equipped to understand what would take for them to pursue something when they haven't even recognized where they've been. I wouldn't want to think that a person that doesn't like this realm would throw caution to the wind and say, "Well, I'll just try whatever Axis is doing." No, I would hope that
No,
the person. Go ahead.
no, I'm just saying, no, don't, do not do what I do.
Well, again,
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Dom.
it's one of those things where to advise people what to do or not to do, and if they have never been guided, they're in the wrong place. So that's on them. The ones that are basically been guided to be here or to somebody or that situation, I would hope they've done enough research in the realm or the state that they're already in and then they're willing to try something else. And if they are, then they would try to understand how it is to get into those states, let alone get out of it. I would not teach a child this kind of information. I wouldn't even advise them to say don't do it or do it. They're in the wrong classroom at that point.
And
So
you're
again,
absolutely right.
yeah. So if a person's done their work, meaning that they understand this realm, some people are guided, they might have done the work in previous lifespans, then they would understand there is a procedure why you do what you do, when you do it, how you do it. So for the people that really are curious, it doesn't matter what you say to them. You're wasting your energy on them.
Right.
So talk
And
out loud. I was gonna say talk out loud. The ones that are meant to hear will hear. The ones that aren't meant to hear it, they're gonna say shit like I'm listening. I said, then you're not hearing.
that's true, Don. And what you speak is very solid,
Hmm.
and it holds substance. Um, but as a connoisseur of my endeavors, I do have to put up a do not enter sign
Yeah,
for
I
my
get
own
you.
precaution. I don't want anybody, though I have not revealed how these techniques work or how I'm achieving such things, for somebody to follow whether I say no or not. I'm putting up the no for reassurance that in case somebody was to endeavor into this and try to achieve a state in which to die, there are legal ramifications that I'm not going to take because of their stupidity. So therefore, I say do not do this, and that way my ass is guarded because I warned you. Don't do this.
No, I
Learn
understand.
how to fire a weapon and get proper training before you engage yourself with a firearm. Same procedure. Do not do it.
I guess to understand human behavior, it'd be like telling a child, as you put the hands on the stove, don't do what I did. You're encouraging them. At that point, unless you know you're not trying to sell them anything, the only thing you're doing is you're sharing your own personal experience. Your energy will probably align with it. So if you've had experience where you've tried to assist other people, then maybe you just need to say, listen, I'm not a teacher.
No.
If they want to learn the teachings, then they have to put an effort. They have to come and meet you or somebody like you or do the research. I've been into enough groups to realize, that whether it's theosophy or whatever, they reveal themselves, whether at the short end or the back end. I want to learn magic. I said, so you don't really want to understand what you're wielding then. So for them, access, once again, you're going to say what you're going to say, but telling somebody not to do it, you're almost encouraging them to do it. You're better off to say, I'm
And,
just going to share my own personal experience, and whatever people do it, whatever they take from it, that's on them, not you.
and that's, between me and you, I would like to be able to proceed unrestricted and definitely unbound. One, we would definitely get a video pulled down. Secondly, I probably have um, some policymakers beating down my door. And third is, there are ramifications that you have to take responsibility for in certain situations. And even though I'm hesitantly doing it because I think that personal experience is choice and what you endeavor in is a personal choice, but the policymakers do not see it that way.
Maybe, maybe they might, or they might not. But if they understand human behavior, they would realize you're saying something to them by saying you're trying to promote by saying don't do this, where they understand it. You're actually trying to tell them to do it. If you
Right.
understand,
And
in this case,
yes,
yeah.
I completely understand what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Now, if you want to
I
share what your experience are and some of the things that if you had learned some of the pros and cons, it'd be like talking about fasting. Some of the pros and cons of fasting, let alone before you get into a fast mode, let alone break out. If I have a bad experience, I could share that, but I would never tell somebody else to do it, let alone not do it. It's not on me to tell them that. We've come here to experience this and observe it for ourselves. People get lost up in the illusion by thinking they're my kids. They're not your fucking kids. You're just
No,
showing whether
they're
or not you can
individuals.
grow. Well, you're just showing you a small example. Can you grow that little seed that we gave you? But that seed is already with or without you. We can make that seed come through another person's. So once again, I know you're showing you're throwing a caveat out there, but again, to entertain whoever they are, again, they're not. They're here to anchor this realm. They're not concerned about the individual fucking insignificant parts. It'll be like me
Right.
going
No,
saying, I'm a farmer. Sorry, Access. I'm a farmer,
no,
and
you're fine.
I'm concerned about every fucking blade of grass. I'm not. And it takes a person to
Right.
make observations to realize that for themselves, if they even come to that awareness.
And, you know, I agree with you, Don. You know, it's a matter of, you know, personal restraint and information. I would love to be able to, you know, give a lot of people the system um, to synchronize and to understand that these are states. These are not perpetuated for long-term sustainability. The expenditure of energy to achieve these states and the recovery from it is you know, very intense. But in
Okay.
those states, it's well, yeah. So far, it has been.
Your experience, you're sharing your experiences, but
Yes,
it can
yes.
be
Only
more for
mine.
others, and others could turn around and say, you know something, I just close my eyes and I get into that same state. Doesn't it make it any better or worse? Again, Axis, you're sharing your experience and what you're trying to grasp of it. Outside of that, what is it? There's billions of us out here.
It is a key, is
Mhm.
what it is. It is not idle speak. It is not a speculation. It is a hands-on system that, when propagated, has real life effects, has real life circumstances and consequences, and can take you to an understanding of your own existence. See, I discovered that as I stated to you, um, everyone's insane, everyone, and we are a species gone mad with our own existence. When you reconcile with that madness and you understand the various states and even the state of being completely decoherent of any type of comprehensible interpretation, then you might be on the verge of taking that journey. But until you reconcile the fact that you are a species gone mad, your own existence is your biggest question. Your own awareness is a noose around your being. You will take yourself to an inevitable end with the concept of your state. But the fact is, I have discovered this is just a state, and there is a coherency between various states. The three most obvious are the ones that I said, and there is a conduit between the three where there's an exchange of information. But in that exchange of information, you have to completely, to the point of complete disassociation, not only materially, not only of whatever hangups you may have, whether it's sexuality, um, you know, whatever your egocentric state of mind determines you're burdening yourself with, and you have to give the body up. And when you surrender all these things to a state, at that point in time, I became aware that this is just a state. And to make cohesive what they would consider to be acceptable programming is also a state of insanity. It's a repetitive thing. They've learned to use frequencies. They've learned to use everything in this particular state, and even in your dream sleep state, they still bombard you with these various influences, whether it be frequencies, whether it be visual stimulation. All these things have to be you got to get rid of them. You got to remove them completely, and even from your persistent mind that pulls thoughts to the front that you're like, why am I thinking of that? Or just that thought of being unaware entering your mind as a state of am I unaware is surrendering over to the persistence of the mind. You have to put yourself, or I did, into a physical state of disassociation completely. And then I found that taking my body to a complete extreme and not hanging on and clinging to that primal survival urge. And it's just nature, human nature, I suppose, for a less than precise explanation, for survival. And then you can start. Then you can begin. But that's only my experience. Take it for what it is.
So what's getting mad at that point?
I'm sorry, Dom?
At that point, when you're doing all these experiments, what's getting mad?
It's coherency. It's like a frequency, Dom. Crunchy B, good to see you. Thank you for coming. I'm in a state, so I'm not going to be able to address the chat. Coherency, such as a wavelength. You have incoherency, frequency, and vibration, and you have coherent frequency and vibration. Incoherent frequency is a distorted frequency. Coherent frequency, which is something that people expect from other people, is a oscillation in waves that is acceptable amongst general society. But when you start oscillating in various vibrations and you start tuning in to different frequencies that fall outside of the range of what they consider coherency within any state, then at that point, you are generally deemed insane or mad. And applying that observation to the state and condition of the general populace as a world species, it becomes relevantly obvious. Without the program and without the engineering there is complete there is complete distortion within the frequency. There is nothing to cohese themselves into that group organized vibration. It's coming out of that. And the exploration of the potentials of your vibration as an individual experiencer, that you begin to be deemed insane, mad, crazy, just because they cannot comprehend that particular frequency as being coherent.
So who's the experiencer, the observer? And if one realizes that, who's the one that's actually getting mad?
Well, that's
I hear the frequency part. I hear the frequency part. But what's really getting angry, hence mad or crazy?
No.
Insanity.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There you go. Crazy. Madness to me is an old slang term for, the disassociated with common behavior or accepted behavior by the mass majority.
I'm saying once one thing's actually getting outside. Okay. I was saying one thing is one's actually crazy and getting insane, and the other thing is getting mad and angry. You're saying it right. You're going in and out of the vessel. So what do you think is getting angry?
Oh, no. No, I'm not angry.
No. You're talking. I'm talking to something else. What is getting angry? You're the one that can go insane, but what's getting angry?
Well,
are you the body? Are you the body?
No.
So who's getting angry?
The people that have to interact with that type of vibration.
Once again, I'll say it again. Are you the body? You said no. No. So who's getting angry? Hear my words. Who's getting angry? Am. I'll spit it out. Your body's getting angry. Body has its own consciousness. Okay. I'll keep quiet.
No, Dom. I'm willing to hear you. I'm listening. I am listening. I am receiving your information. But what I'm saying is, I know states of being angry. Malevolent states of being angry. But I'm not angry.
State of being is not the body.
Right. That is a completely different source. The body
is its own intelligent.
Yes, it is run off of a particular frequency and energy that is not observable within this plane of observation. It is not observable by our means of what we interpret as our visual perimeters, our audio perimeters, our thinking perimeters, or even a coherency that we could casually understand. It's non-existent. The body is completely nothing more than a recreational vehicle for states of being that are limited to these three accepted states of being. When you go outside of that, but it has nothing to do with being angry. And you're right. I had a teacher once that told me, when I told him I thought I was going mad, he said, "What are you pissed off about?" And I wasn't pissed off. I thought I was going insane. And he did make that very evident to me. And it was my folly for using madness, but I suppose I have a skewed interpretation of madness, because that would be decoherency to me. But you're right. It was a poor choice of words. Very much a poor choice of words, because the body isn't angry. The body works with.
Are you sure?
It can get angry. I'm sure that there's states of aggravation that disrupt the flow of information between the body and the being, because the being is not the body. The body is, like I said, a recreational vehicle to sustain a particular state. It is not the core.
Yes, but who, then at that point you have to ask, who's the one that's calling a recreational? It's like me talking to Siri and say, Siri, are you the computer? No. Siri, do you realize you're the ongoing program and you're using the senses to try to explain the body?
You can't.
Well, you try, and then you put a whole bunch of programs, and you're speaking with programs right now.
Well, that's the only way I have to relay
All of us,
to the
exactly.
layman.
And part of the program is to defend something, let alone attack something, not realizing that's just another layer of the program. So when the body's mad, it's angry. It's angry because for the longest of time it's been probably mistreated and you're making me overwork or whatever. The part that's insane is the mental part. The
Right.
insanity part. That's the mental part. Those are two different things going on.
You're absolutely right. And, you know, I stand corrected in my speech, and that's, you know,
Well, again,
well
that's a program.
understood.
That's a program. Agreeing or disagreeing, correct or wrong, and all that. Those are just programs. You might as well just have a spinning wheel going on. It's just information. We're all going to perceive it differently, and there's thousands and thousands. I'm using numbers to describe the undescribable of different outputs or inputs. And then some
You're
people
right.
like yourself, you're sure. Maybe I'll go with the idea. Actually, I don't really put value to that stuff, but it obviously brings value to you to validate something's right. So at this point, I'm just sharing out loud. Whatever the people, actually I've told you before, what other people do with it, that's on them. I'm the kind of person, I'm not looking for approval or disapproval. It's like a computer. It's not looking for one's approval. So the vessel is there to serve. It's angry because it's not able to serve. So when somebody mentally that's for whatever reason wants to break away from the vessel, there is going to be a little anger going on. Even though the mental said, well, I'm a little bit more freer or I'm able to expand, but we're abandoning ourselves. In this case, the vessel that we come in, because we won't have this human experience if we're not in this vessel. If you're somewhere else, like in the spiritual realm, you're no longer having the material experience. You might have the observation, which you could have done while you're here in this form.
Well,
you can have that. Go ahead.
That's why I said, you know, there are such as the Bible reference to, you know, the Son of God and what he went through to obtain levels of what he considered communication with what the Bible referred to as his Father. You know, and the body will fight to the mortal end to retain the essence of retaining the being within. That's why I said, you know, it's not something that I can say you'll experience. So I'm just delaying my experience with the precaution and thinking that there's idiots out there who don't even have the awareness of their own being that would attempt to endeavor in that path that I took, though their experience may be vastly different, or they may even go too far. This is just my observation, and my body surely is angry. If you consider the body being angry because of what I put it through, absolutely. You know, take your body to that extreme, and of course, it's going to do everything in the world to retain the being.
Well, there's a lot of beings that are doing it. They just don't need to talk about it. Again, it's one of those things where it's not just about the body, it's not just about the mental. There's even the other programs, which is the behavior. You know, when people start having AI, and then that AI will have 5 different programs running within it at the same time, then we can understand how the vessel has many receivers. And it's your personality is another version. You know, what we think we are or aren't. You know, the vessel's there to serve. How can it serve when you've chose that you want to leave it for a while? You know, most people do it, you know, because it's a program when you go to sleep. You know, but some people want to do it where, you know, they want to do it all the time. And then they'll use mind-altering things to get into that state. But they're thinking, yeah, but you're not spending a lot of time on the vessel. No, that's why we're here to steward the vessel to a certain point. Do we fail it more times than not? Yes. How we breathe, what we eat, and all that. So, and then when you start doing things, then people get angry. In this case, the vessel gets angry. People do body consciousness, no different when you go into hypnosis state. What is really happening? Who's communicating in that hypnosis state? Variations of states. Some of it could be the mental part, it could be the emotional part, it could be the physical part. And then what would a person do with that information? Yeah, you failed yourself, or your offspringers failed you in the first 7 years to nurture this vessel. So now you have to work with a broken vessel for the whole time
Right.
you're here.
And it's interesting you should bring up hypnosis. Um, Hypnosis, strangely enough, is a conduit. I'm sorry, welcome guest.
Hello.
What's up,
You know,
guys?
good to have you. Just trying to communicate the incommunicatable with
Yeah,
limited,
yeah.
um, with
I
limited.
missed you guys the other day. Sorry, I missed you guys the other day. So I'm just getting in from work, man. I've had one hell of a past 3 days at work, dude. Uh, yeah, I got in at 10:30, and I'm ate lunch at like 2:30, and now this is my dinner. I made me a sandwich, so I'm probably I don't know how long I'll be on, but I wanted to conversate with you guys for a minute and
Sure,
touch bases, see what's going on.
sure. Like I said, I'm trying to relay a personal experience from a singular entity that exists in a certain state, um, to another being who is trying to receive with coherency, as well as I'm trying to receive with coherency, some type of mutual understanding of the experience, but understanding that the experience is a solo endeavor and not a shared experience, if I'm
because
catching
the
what's going on
because that
here.
because that the other end of that conduit is not at the same frequency as you are. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not at all.
Right, right.
It is
And in order for that to
vastly
happen,
different.
they have to be in harmony. So yeah. So
Yeah, coherency.
I resonated with what you said a second ago with the basically what I got out of it was, you know, tearing up the vessel, you know. Um, and it's funny we call it a vessel when, you know, they got us labeled at lost at sea, you know.
Yeah, that goes into wordsmithing and magic. Which I have an understanding, and I'm sure Dom does, with that
Yeah,
and the relative influences
yeah.
that it can create.
It's awful. What's the word I'm looking for?
It's effective
Well,
in this state.
not
It's
just
effective.
not just that. It is the deception is so layered, uh, and it's so deep that it's mind-boggling, man. And what I'm trying to understand is this: why?
We asked that question, Dom and myself, on the last show, and um, I've come to not a answer, but uh, a piece with it.
Could
Why?
you?
yeah, why is not the why is not the rhyme and the reason or the equation. Why is an actual sum and total. It's because it is. That's why. But you can't put your hands around it. You can't embody and embrace it when you apply something to it other than why. Because it
I
is.
figured something out.
I'm interested.
AI's running everything.
I'm sorry?
AI is running everything.
It seems to be that in a fractal nature, that would be cohesive to everything.
AI's running the targeted program.
You know, that would, in a fractal nature, explain and bring an understanding, especially where Dom is coming through with the programming, if I'm not mistaken, Dom. And please don't let me speak for you. You are more
And
than
hello,
welcome to
Dom,
be
by the way.
assertive. Yes, please be assertive, Dom, because you know
Me and Dom go way back.
I value his interpretation. I value his perspective, and he helped
He's a good
motivate
man.
certain thoughts in my mind that allowed me certain avenues. You know.
Right.
And
I know exactly what you mean. I'm familiar with Dom, and he's done the same with me.
so I definitely want him to know that his input is much appreciated, and is definitely in no way restricted or judged.
If he didn't think so, you thought that, he wouldn't fuck with you.
Oh, I'm sure it's by observation of his presence that I realize he's spending time in a precious state of being with me and you and everybody else that chooses to observe this.
Yeah,
A lot
you've
of
been
people,
going through it, man. Hey,
yeah, a lot of
for a
people do
minute.
not appreciate the limited state of this.
I think people have a threshold, and they're afraid to surpass the norm and open themselves up to reaching a higher potential.
I would say higher potential, but that would imply measurement instead of
Well, when you're exactly right, because there's no limit.
right. It is it's like a circle. It's just a symbolic representation that has every color imaginable within our spectrum within that circle observable. Because its beginning is its end and its end is its beginning, and it folds in on itself to become a circle. It's when you start squaring the circle is whenever proportion, angle, and abstract concept comes into play. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
So, Dom, let me ask you a question. Is the mind a prison?
I would lean towards
Now?
the mind's probably here to serve. Unless you're talking about the brain, but I'm talking about the mind. If that's what you're asking, Lonnie.
Yeah.
The mind's here to
Yeah.
serve.
Yeah.
so. What are some of your endeavors? I don't think we've met before. I don't think I
What?
recognize you from. Have we met?
I'm not Miss Lonnie.
Oh, Lonnie! I can't see. I'm sorry. I'm on a phone. I couldn't see you, but you sound
Yeah.
much better. You're clear.
I bought a new
Your
phone.
audio's okay.
Yeah, I went
Okay.
and bought a new phone over that shit.
Yeah. Generally, yeah. I'm sorry, Lonnie. That was my lack of observation. But
Yeah, no, I knew who it was.
okay. Yes, Lonnie. Good to see you. You
Hey,
sound so much better and come through so much clearer now.
So
kind of
what has the
question.
phone offered? What has the phone offered then? Onto the phone, and then you understand energy and the frequency you're in. What has it offered?
Coherency.
Clarity?
I tried to keep
That
from getting a new phone, but I was trying to reach out and, you know, stay in the. I don't know, man. How I want to say, but stay in touch.
Well, I can tell you, Lonnie, that for you to come in under the radar in such a way that it made that much of a difference to my senses and my perception.
Right. That doesn't happen too often for me.
technology is coming around for the human race because most people have lost touch with a different version of technology. So the phone that I'm talking about is not if it's new or old. It gives you a better opportunity to communicate with the mind through the energy. Now, some people might be distorted by that energy because they've never developed it or in the wrong environment for it. Again, this is where people think that something has to be bad, opposed to, do you think it's just about you? It's not. We're insignificant when it comes to individuals. When it comes to the group. When it individually, yeah, it serves you. Sucks to be you if you're being affected by energies. But when it comes to the whole, no, we're like a blade of grass. Again, artificial intelligent. We are artificial intelligent. We're
Right.
just saying we're
I've
just saying
been
it
saying.
differently. Yeah.
I've been saying it.
Well, you've been saying it. Hopefully, as you keep saying it, you'll eventually understand it for yourself, Lonnie. Because to convince somebody
I'm
else,
trying, man.
yeah, that's the best you can do. Because again, it's like when somebody blesses somebody, I said, okay, so you're going to bless them quietly. Well, then that's the same person that can curse you quietly. As long as the person that's talking or pondering it, they grasp it. As long as it
Right.
makes sense to them, they understand it. It's not about me. I try so desperately to not make it about me, but for some reason, people have to make it about me. I said, well, that's them talking about themselves. They're
That's because
self-serving.
they don't. They don't. They don't. You're on a different level than a lot of other beings, man.
Maybe,
And you'll call somebody out,
not
and
really.
but not in a way that they think you're doing it. You know what I mean?
I can't speak for them, Lonnie. The only thing I know for me, I've changed it. It was no longer me being self-serving. I was serving the self. It's a form
Right.
of surrendering. Hence, why people talk about repenting, changing, or the witness kind of ideal. People hear me say it, but they forget. It's not something you have to do. It's something you're always doing anyway. You're observing. Most people just
Right.
ignore that from within. Anyway, so
And,
go on.
and I latched onto that observer. Uh, uh, that you first told me about that, and I need to. I need to remind myself that I need to go in the observer mode for a while.
Thing
But
is,
it's kind of hard to do, man.
you're always the observer. That's the irony part of it. We're spending way so much energy feeding a shelter, feeding the vessel and sheltering it, but forgetting that, do I need to eat all the time? No. Do I need to shelter all the time? Do I need to protect the physical vessel all the time? No. Again, this is when the body can communicate. Say, no, you overdo it. You fucking pamper me. It's like a hovering or parent, which is a helicopter parent. That's what the
Not this
mind.
one.
Well, you're a little bit different, Lonnie, but again, we're just as strong as the weakest link among our race. So when people rip into each other, what does it say about us? If this is just a self journey, then why the fuck are we dealing around with other people's stuff? Again, this is where that's the ego talking. Again, Davian coined that. Edge got out. You know, they don't want to be with source. They like to say words. Fuck, I can say whatever I want. And then people get offended by words. And so then how do we classify when we're harming our vessels?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and hopefully some people get to that point in that awareness and then they can pass it forward, but never claim it as your own. You know, it's like, I'll give you an example. You came on, Lonnie, and you said you had a couple bad 3 days. Would you want to put that? Would
It's
you
work
want?
related.
Okay, like I said, would you want to put that up into the universe? Would you even accept that information? Say, hey, there's a guy named Lonnie. He has 3 days of bad or whatever. Yeah, I don't want to read that library. You
Well,
wouldn't even want to read it. Mm-hmm. Go
Well,
ahead, Lonnie.
what I've learned is, I learned this from the girlfriend, that that I shouldn't say things like, "Oh, my back's killing me," and "Oh, I hate that," or just certain things that you shouldn't say, because ultimately we are, pretty much. I don't want to say condemning, but you're not doing yourself a very good job. You're uh, saying things or speaking things into existence, giving things that much energy. You know.
Maybe, or you're just
Uh,
directing that energy to the wrong ears to hear. You know, let's say you didn't know how to help your back. So then something inside you said, I'm going to use you like a puppet on a string, Lonnie. I'm going to put you in an environment to ask somebody, my back hurts. Hey, Lonnie, I'm glad you just told me. Why? Can you tell me a little bit more about your back? And then they can give you advice. But if a person already knows what they've done, accomplished, what they haven't accomplished, then why the fuck are they talking then? This is
right.
where silence is golden. Now, Lonnie, there might be something out of whack with you and speaking out loud, and then hopefully whoever hears it, you're willing to go into silence because then they can share with you. Have you done yoga? Have you done this stretching or whatever? You know, especially if you put that intent out there, you're not going to be around a person. You're going to say, my back hurts, but I don't like yoga. You know, you got to be wary of how we speak. I'm just sharing awareness. Doesn't mean I'm practicing this myself either.
Yeah.
You know, I
Yeah.
choose
I
to
mean,
break my.
I'm right with you on that. I'm right with you on that, dude. Because I've even went to uh, thinking to myself, and this is from hearing other individuals speak. One person in specifically, because she's highly intelligent, and I do have love for her. And but man, she's kind of hard to love sometimes, because that's the thing she does. And but she anyway, this individual, you know her.
Well,
It's
Lonnie, before you go any further, honestly, before you go any further, that's noise for me.
okay. Well, what I was getting at was this: uh, that it made the what I was hearing from her made me aware that we need, and I can't say we, that I need to find a different way of speaking, because of the words that I use are not
Critiqued?
really, huh?
Critiqued.
Yeah,
Analyzed.
well, yeah, well, like morning, like saying good morning and things like that. Um, I just they're the words that make no sense to me. The meaning and the word and why you're using it, in what form, it makes no sense. I mean, it's totally stupid. Why would you say this? It's like, It's kind of like word. It'd be a little word salad, but then again, is there a nefarious reason why we say these words?
Are you attached to it? Are you attached to the word?
Well, yeah, well, kind of, yeah, because it's in my vocabulary, and I'm so used to saying it to people around me and in my life when I
Okay, so
wake up.
Lonnie, do you speak the 7,000 or 6,000 languages that the human race has an opportunity to learn? Does it bother you that you don't? Okay, so then why would you allow that attachment to get to you?
Because I don't speak other languages, I guess.
Well, you're talking about a particular word, the morning good morning. I get it. People want to play this glass half full, half empty.
No, it's not it's not the only words. I mean, there's quite a few of them.
Okay. Do you like the number 6 over the number 8? Do you like the color red over the color green? You might.
Yeah.
No, you might, and there might be some energy to all of that. But this is where people are allowed to say what they want to say. I wouldn't like to think that everywhere I'm talking all the time, I'm under some sort of court case and I'm being prosecuted for every fucking word I say. Now, if a person wants to share the words, the best we can ever do for them, and this is for me anyway, is what respect is. You hear them. None of this fucking shit of saying I agree or disagree. They want to have their own fucking debate and masturbation, do it alone. But when you're around other people, show respect, just hear them. I might not agree with them, but I keep that to myself.
Right.
So when people say words that none of us have invented, let alone its meaning, then we're being fucking clever at that point. We're putting way too much energy. How many times you want to paint that fucking car? How many times you going? Well, I'm going to paint it 4 more times. Okay, no problem.
I see your point, man.
But it's not just a point, Lonnie. As long as it resonates with you, because I'm using the same language you're using, regardless of my tonality. You know, I might overemphasize it because some people don't realize they have this perpetual defense and attack, resistance and attachment, enemy, friend. Fine, you want to play polarities? That's fine. But what happened when they realize, well, wait a second, there's many different types of energy out there. Yeah, so why do you just play with fucking either or? But again, that's each individual person to learn.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to use the word good morning, fucking grand rising, fucking you're full of shit, those are just words. And in some contents, the person knows, yeah, Lonnie's he's just chilling with me. I get it. It depends on our patterns that we have with each other. But this is the thing, we're being introduced to these, let's meet each other from a distance. Even when people are in the office, people say all kinds of shit. Well, how was the day? Well, how's the weather out there? You're fucking 2 steps away from looking out the window. Why the fuck you need to ask me that shit? But that's me being clever at that point. I might even respond, yeah, it's warm out there. For me, I don't know about for you. Are you going through menopause? You know, this is where people start expanding their minds and realize don't use what you're aware of as a fucking weapon. And this is what a lot of people do. I read the Bible. I don't fucking give a shit what you read.
Yeah.
The earth is flat. Oh, okay. How does that serve me?
Right. It didn't really fucking matter, does it?
Well, even if it does. What's the intent? Now, somebody comes around and says, listen, I'm telling everybody it's flat. Why? Because CIA is paying.
Here's the thing, though. So, if the earth is flat, or if it's round, what the fuck's it matter?
Well,
how does it serve anyone?
Well, that's I don't say any. I just how does it serve? So let's say that I'm an agent and I use the word flat Earth. I'm getting paid I get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. Then it serves me. Now somebody else could turn around and say, well, Dominic, I just want to serve that the earth is flat because I want to have a whole bunch of people fucking giving me a fucking like on their page. Okay, so that's what you respect. This is how it serves. Now, when people start saying, how does it serve me? I'm like, well, fuck, that's what most people do. Fuck, read the Satanic Bible. It'll talk about the me. That's not a bad thing. It just is. You want to be the best you could be at whatever you do. Not to be better than others. Be the best you can do. I'm just saying this out loud, by the way, Lonnie. I'm not pointing at you.
Right, I know. I'm just, you know, I can't help but to think, man, that we play the good and bad part. Well, I mean, I can't say we play it as in us. I mean, because I don't see the evil and the godly or whatever the fuck you want to call it, man. I only see bad people. I only see bad people doing bad shit, and then I see good people doing good shit. You know?
May I interject?
Okay, go ahead.
You experience as a
Okay,
singular
thank you.
observer.
I stand corrected. But you know what I'm getting at?
Yes,
Um,
yeah, but
I've always thought evil is only is what men evil is only what men do, or women, or
yeah.
transtesticles, or whatever the fuck you want to call yourself.
Well,
Not you, you know,
when you're in an arena and an environment
which
and a
we are.
state that you're under subjective critiquing from others' perspectives, and you take any type of position, then you are kind of taking on their perspective of your being.
Right.
That should always be secure within your own being. What others say, think, do, or try and put you through is a part of the experience, but don't take it personal.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I know.
Well, there's a learning curve in taking it personal. It's just people have to remember, keep it in your own lane, because a lot of people don't know how to care for others. They might say it, so
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. I'm with you on that.
because
Most
that's all most
definitely.
people have ever known is themselves or whatever they think it is. Again, people that use the word evil, they use it in a very judgmental way, and that's usually based on their likes
Right.
or dislikes. If I turn around and say evil system material, it is what it is. You're living in an evil world. You're living in something. Be in the world, but not of it. You're in the
Right.
material world. Hence the word
Thank you.
evil, let alone the word good. Good means spiritual. So now when somebody's acting good is no different when they're acting bad. It's an act.
Right.
I wouldn't want to condemn a human being by saying
It's
you're
all
bad.
energy. It's all energy.
It could be, Lonnie. We're using words to describe the undescribable. Yeah, we can call it energy, prana, chi, fucking frequencies. We could call it rabbit fucking shit, as far as I'm concerned. It's just different words that I choose not to get attached to. But when most people are attached to certain types of words or saying, then you have to come to their level of awareness, their energy, if we want to talk about it. And then they resent you when you fucking say, listen, I've come down to your fucking A game. And that's their A game. They're not fucking
Right.
elevate yourself, and you realize you don't need me anymore. I can move on now. Why? Because I don't want to be a fucking bridge master. And it seems to a
Yeah.
lot
You
of people
stepped
that's all they want to be is bridge
up.
master. I understand the Bible. Fuck off you and the book you came from. It's a written fucking
Yeah.
information. If again, Lonnie, I hear you. If you have something to say, please share.
Yeah. Well, you were saying something about it's one of the things that I hear the same people regurgitate the same fucking shit. But then again, it depends on which Bible they're reading. You know what I mean? Um, way I see it, uh, it's all fucking, it's all fuckery. I mean, I don't have another word for it.
It could be.
If I may, Lonnie, no matter what version or doctrine, it's speculation.
It's fucking stories.
Speculation to the observer outside of you. What it means to
And
you is only a concept to the observer as to whether they want to experience that particular resonance that you're addressing. Um, to detach from that and allow it no resource within your being allows you freedom from the confinement of someone else, someone else's being, intrusion, interloping.
Most spoken and
It's a
written
fellow
stuff,
sport, man.
most written and spoken things will reveal
Sorry,
somebody.
Don.
No, I apologize, but most written and spoken things will reveal somebody. So a person that's self-serving will read the Bible the way they'll read it. A person that cares for others are going to read it differently. So it has nothing to do with the Bible, let alone the Quran or Buddhikara or whatever fucking other types of reading. No different somebody how they perceive the color red. So once again, it reveals what stage that particular being is at. And for most people, they've been conditioned to think me, me, me. Talking about others is revealing me, me, me. Well, this is what they're doing. Or this is what he did for me. That's all about me, me, me. Why? Because I'm not hearing about what you've done. And usually when somebody's been around somebody else and they've done something for them, they don't say nothing. They don't need to put the caveat, oh, I agree with you. What the fuck is that shit? I agree. That's your ego talking to me. Get that fucking thing out of here. Let alone you disagree with me. Once again, this is how we respect each other. Dom, what do you value of agreeing or disagreeing? Give two shits about it. Oh, so when I say it, Dominic, yeah, you're just projecting. You're telling me more about you than you are telling me about me. People go around fucking showing everybody their fucking cards because they think they got something of value. Here's a match. Fucking burn your pocket aces. They're not people understand it. You're here for a short fucking period. I'm not even gonna say time. In a short period, you might have a couple of bumps along the way. Oh, poor me. Get the fuck out of it, poor me. You're in a vessel, aren't you? Yes. So what, am I to assume because you born a midget or a handicap that you have anything worse or less than somebody else? There's people that are handicapped physically, but they're aware of more shit than most people are. So it's really not just about the physical, is it? But it's consistent. It's constant. So they think that must be real. Anyway.
It's
Yeah,
probably
when I was,
Go ahead. No. Please, Lonnie.
okay, I was just saying earlier so I had a rough couple of days. I was just speaking of working very long hours, man. I went to work this morning, you know, I got there at 8:30 and I just got home at 10:30 tonight. And what I was doing was I'm back to my old job and we got like 700 something, units that we take care of, property management type deal. So I had to dig up the sewage lines in this house on a duplex we have, and the first 2 days were, smooth, and then today, dude, I went to go replace the sewage lines, and I'll be damned, I broke the water line, the main, and it was all bad, and I had to stay there until we got it done, man. Until we got it to where in the morning we just go back and
Lonnie,
get
if I may,
fittings.
you're making an excuse.
No, I was just speaking what I was speaking on earlier.
Okay, well, you what I perceive as a forward motion of communication in this particular environment as it is in this moment with three beings.
Right.
That's a state of asking for empathy.
No, I'm just saying I might be paid out, dude, because I'm just I've neglected my body and I'm hurting and I'm tired, so I might jet out here shortly.
Well, you're fine either way. I accept your presence and appreciate it.
But I want to mute up and listen to you guys talk. That's cool.
Oh, the profoundness of the projection that comes into oneself and is tried to be allayed is best done with an animal that I have found through my experience. They seem to be much more receptive to imagery communication than stimuli verbal communication that has multiple interpretations and various, whether you see them or don't see them, implications upon a type of control. Language is a system of control. It separates people. It removes, without the energy applied to raise one's arm and open the hand to show that I bear no arms against you, which happened to be the Nazi salute for those who are interested. And it was also adopted by the Native Americans. They didn't have to speak it. But if you had no arm, I guess you were fucked. But anyhow, that's the arena we're in at the moment. And I want everyone to understand at watching this so that they can at least take something away from it on a layman's level to be, at least attentive. People that do the true works need no system of approval. Though there is that insatiable state that endeavors to share states of being, but until you learn to communicate in such a manner and embody another person's being, it's not going to come across. If I'm making any type of sense to you at all.
No, but you put it out there. Access, hopefully things will be aligned so the person can observe that, or through their experience and reflection, they can make sense of it if it has to be done with senses. I get it when whether it's book form or written, in this case spoken on these channels, people don't realize how much they're trying to form gangs with each others, or approval seeking, or avoidance. I don't want to be ripped in by this one person that's very vocal. Okay, so how does that serve you? Let alone it could reveal, why do I go to these platforms? Why do I go to school? Why do I go to work? Some people will just quickly say, well, I need the money. I said, okay, but then go further. What's the next conversation you're going to have? This is why they have to do secret types of clubs, or they have to teach people to be in military. Why? Because a lot of people don't know their place. They think that they have to put up their hands, and the teacher or some guru, whatever they want to call them, says, oh yeah, go ahead, Johnny, go ahead, tell me, you want me to give you a star for what you just fucking think I said? If it resonates with somebody, or they feel as though, in this case, if there's something to add to the conversation, opposed to just making it about me, most people should leave themselves at the fucking door. If they're going to have a conversation with a bunch of people, unless you start getting to know each other a little bit more, have a little bit more intimate conversation, then you can start to say, okay, these are my personal experience. Okay, so we'll hear you out. Because I'm not here to understand you. That's their job, to understand themselves, if that's even a job for them. But for some reason, people have this notion, if they tell their story, somebody, they're going to abandon their own kingdom to say, okay, yeah, I really feel sorry for you. No, I've never lived a fucking day in your vessel. And it sounds like somebody's being rude. I don't give a shit about you. No, the only person that should truly care about the person is the one that's been inhabiting in that vessel the whole time. Maybe we tell each other, you're in the wrong lane. You're too busy trying to tell other people what to do, opposed to just share. Let other people decide whether or not they want to eat apples or oranges or bananas today. But people forget that. And then this is the way it reveals when somebody goes out and they stand out above everybody else, telling them shit or whatever, and other people getting triggered, is because most people don't realize they're out of their own fucking lane. They shouldn't be triggered by what somebody else says, especially if you understand why you're there. If you're there to be entertained, be prepared that you might be part of the entertainment. But if you're there to share, then you shouldn't be offended if somebody says, oh, I don't give a shit what the fuck you have to say. No, okay, no problem. But you honestly think I came there just for fucking you? Now, I'm saying that with a little bit of a to it, because I've been fucking dragging myself for the last year and a half, or year at least anyway, to these communities where I'm fucking, you guys are, most of us are just revealing our human behavior. It's only confirming if there was supposed to be a elimination of the human race. Fucking, we're confirming it. Well, I'm different. Really, you're different. I'm just using somebody that I use as an example. I'm different. So you just reveal something. You give a shit about only yourself, you fucking moronic piece of shit. Then here, take your chance out there in the kingdom by yourself. And that confirms how many people are self-fucking serving. They're serving the self. They don't give a shit about their fucking kids. They'll say it in words only. They're not ever challenging them and say, shit, did you teach your kids how to breathe? Well, no. So then what the fuck did you do for your kids? You going to work, so then you have to go to somebody else's grocery store, pay somebody else rent? You fucking done fuck all in one lifespan. And until people get to that humble fucking position, you can live 80 years and you did fuck all. Then we can have a conversation about, now we can talk about maybe the human race. What can we do to better the human race? Maybe we need to figure out what the fuck we haven't been doing. If a person's truly going to do some revolution from within, then you find out, is it really my enemy inside or is it my friend? Because your friend should entertain that shit. Same with your enemy. The only difference is which one's going to motivate you. And I'm not even talking physically. I'm talking mentally at this point. Because the person that's balancing that wouldn't be me. And I'm okay with that. But if I ever met somebody, I said, no, I'm glad to hear that. That's achieving for you. I'm not there to knock them down, let alone fucking put them on a pedestal. How quickly we'll put somebody on a pedestal by fucking mid-afternoon, they already got him on a cross. I don't give a shit. It's Jesus, Muhammad, fucking Donald Trump, fucking Mickey Mouse. Anyway. This is still the human plight axis. I know you're trying to share with them about energy, but most people just say shit about energy. I don't got a fucking clue what energy is.
I understand, Don, that people are limited in their scope. The best that can be offered to such a species is a maybe point to something productive that will sustain us as a species worth saving. Outside of that, it's vanity, self-consumption, and ego. That's why it's so hard to retain information that has impending effects, and know that if you released it and you gave them that information, as a species, they've done shown exactly what they would do with it. So, bask in my own revelry, enjoy my sense of being, understand that I am alone in this vessel, and my endeavors are solo, singular, perspective, experience. And hope that I don't get ran over, shot, or tortured for the remainder of my existence here, which is the body protecting itself still. But I'm not a martyr. That I know about myself.
So if somebody commits a crime on another human being, then the body has to pay the punishment by being in jail. Meanwhile, it's the mind that should be in jail, or the emotions. But I get it. People are going to say, but that's all the same. I'm like, that may be. No different. Some people see energy different than others. Would I want to harm another human being? Probably not. Do I? Probably indirectly I do. Maybe with the way I speak. But I'm giving people the benefit of the doubt that they should be able to handle language, let alone tonality. If they don't, then I got to fucking get a book and make sure everybody I'm ever around, okay, are you okay with me raising my voice a little bit, or do you want more pleasantries? Which one do you want? You know, because they're all going to be an act of some sort. You know, and then you go ahead.
I'm just gonna make a comment on what you were saying about the jail part. That's coming. Just,
How so, Lonnie? How so?
Well, because I know it is.
Are you talking about the vessel, or are you talking about something else, Lonnie? Sorry.
I think when that's going to be the new penal system corrections, instead of them doing what they're doing now. What doing what they're doing is wrong to begin with. For a majority of the beings that they're doing it to, but they're laws of man that these beings have broken. They've they've got some locked up for massive amounts of time for shit that is not worthy of a sentence that they've received. But
Fun me. Go ahead. Finish.
But that's the prison of tomorrow is going to be within.
Sorry to hear.
It's going to be a virtual prison.
The moment that when you were born into this state, a sovereign individual being, and anyone implied something that you chose to follow and infringed upon your being and will, then they have imprisoned you. You are no longer free.
Yeah, I agree, but they're gonna now. What I'm talking about is them taking it to another level.
It's already there, man.
Well, not well. Yes and no. I know what you're saying, bro. But they're gonna now they're gonna bring it out in the open and make you think. So then they're gonna be in a prison within a prison.
Okay.
It's gonna be layered.
I'm going to adjust this so that maybe you can maybe we can become a little more coherent to each other. The minute
I hear you.
that they started using frequencies, flicker rates, subliminalism, implied wordsmithing, they already started. How much worse can it get? Other than completely seizing the mind, enslaving it, removing the being, and utilizing.
That's. I'm afraid that's what they're working for. You know, with that Neuralink shit and all that. That's what that is.
You should research some of the military experiments that they've done in the realm of being able to control a person's carcass through their being by bypassing their sense of yes.
I know. I'm in the program, man.
Yeah.
I told you that. I'm in the program.
When I watched the military documentary that they have for the military, no. They had a soldier do something by another soldier's impulse. And this impulse was relayed to the other soldier. And the other soldier mimicked the act that was being...
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And they've even showed it to us in that fucking series. It's a video game, but Halo.
I don't know. I don't play video games.
Well, it's a show now on Prime, and yeah, man, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's a different program, but program all the same.
Yep, it is a program.
Yeah,
That is for sure.
I'm with you, man. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm comprehending. But yeah, man. Here's the thing, though, Axis. They've already got everyone's frequency. They have already got the technology, and all they got to do is choose to fuck with you or not. Okay, they've already got you. They've got everyone.
I guess the question would be, anybody can ponder this for themselves. What did one do to get over here, to get in this realm? Like I sense that whatever's going on in this realm, they're looking for some sort of obedience or to be of service. This goes back to, are you here to serve in this realm? Now, did some of them, if not a lot of people, lose a spiritual war? Yes. So now you're put in some form so you can be rehabilitated. But most people, what they end up doing is they figure that, well, but it's the suit that I'm wearing. I said, no, your suit didn't do nothing wrong. The suit just indicates that you must have done something. Were you disobedient? Were you here to serve? Most people don't realize the reason why they're in jail is because either the community or their family failed to tell them some of the rules, how to be obedient. Now, some people must say, well, Dom, I don't want to be obedient. Then why the fuck are you in the city? Why the fuck are you using their trucks? Why the fuck are you playing with their animals? If you want to be in this fucking realm,
not theirs. It belongs to them. Everything.
Well, let's say we don't even know who they are.
Okay.
Most people, what, did they create the animals? It's like me telling somebody else, I said, okay, what did you create? Did you create the vessel? Did you create the money that you have? Did you create the house that you built? And if you did you create the wood? No. This is where people forget. You're in this realm. You're here to experience it and observe it. Be fucking grateful, thankful. Now, some people might commit a crime and say, okay, thank you. You did something that we no longer need to do. But how many people would spend fucking hours? There's a lineup of 40 people. Do they all want to experience putting their hands on the stove, or do they just want to, the 39 and the 40 want to observe it? Most people arrogantly would say, well, I want to experience it. Okay, so next in line, you just heard the last guy fucking screaming and tearing, putting his hand on the stove. You want to experience it? Well, put your fucking hand on that fucking, I want to know what kind of fucking being you are. Are you a stupid one, or are you an aware one? Because an observer is an aware one. The stupid one wants to keep on experiencing over and over and over again like a moron. Look at the definition, you'll understand a moron. Now, we're acting again. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I did internal dialogue with myself today and come to an understanding within me that there are those that are visual learners and there are those that are hands-on learners. The visual learner lacks the experience. The hands-on learner has the experience. And then I had to interpret within myself which one has more value and which one seems to be more substantial within this realm or even other realms to suffice that which we consider to be tangible. But that was inner dialogue. And that was my understanding of the observer and his interpretation or her interpretation or its interpretation, as opposed to the doer who has truly experienced climbing a tree, as opposed to those who watched someone climb a tree.
Sure. How many people want to experience falling off that tree? Which is fine, but that's part of the process. So hopefully the next person says, okay, how do I prevent, because I want to experience climbing the tree, but I don't want to fall off the tree. This is where you have to take the good with the sweet with the sour, and not everybody's going to experience every fucking little crevice on this plane. So we're having technology so some people can observe another part of the world, another little crevice. You know, people say, I go to, let's say that people want to go to the Vatican. I said, did you go to every fucking crevice in the Vatican? No. So they figured I've experienced a whole. No, you've experienced such a small aspect of it. But could we tap into that unknown realm and observe it and say, yeah, but I got to observe it. Yes, you observe way more than you experience. I observe way more in thoughts and emotion than I actually do in the physical. That's why we have words like describe and express. We're expressing our emotions. But where are emotions? What does anger really look like outside of manifesting it in the physical? What is it? It's energy. Sadness, energy. What's happiness? Energy. Could they all be coming from the same source? I'm going to go play with the idea of maybe. If I say I know exactly what it is, then I would have to explain myself. And this is how people play this clever game. How would I explain to somebody else the color red when they've never even seen the word red as I speak it? So then who's really blind? The one that says, oh, I saw a red truck. I said, you've never seen the word red truck. So who's blind? Again, that's the senses. Easily to be misled. But hey, you say it over and over again, they're going to think that's the truth, or, you know, whatever word they want to use. Call the word pattern if they want. If people are truly seeking something, I don't think most people are seeking. I think access, most people are just want to be entertained, want to be amused, pass the time by, maybe work at a job for 30 or 40 years and then use the word retired. And so I'm hearing the word retarded, but hey, that works for them. A person that really loves their craft aren't going to retire. They're going to find other things to be of service, whether to themselves or for others, preferably with others. Pass it forward. Let us be of service to you.
True.
Because if we're all self-journey and doing all this, then we have to explain cars, airplanes, somebody, you know, unless there's another species doing all that for us, which I'll entertain it, but they might be giving us the technology, but we got to get the human race to at least participate a little bit. Let them fucking put the steel together, but we'll interject and show them how to, you know, do alchemy of, you know, material.
From my perspective and observation, I find that things in its generalized natural state, in this state of being, is far more utilized and broader in its usage than the detriment of combining. The ideal of lead into gold has to have a byproduct. Why not have the real thing as interpreted? Because you can't, because you don't experience the mining of gold, because you don't reach down and pick it up, or because it's not available in your backyard or on your phone. So the alchemist becomes a lazy bastard at that point, transmuting one thing into another instead of the pure natural state that it is. Things were set forth to sustain our vessel quite abundantly until, as a species, we implied ourselves on it. And that point turned it into a situation to take off unpleasantries and an abundance of hedonism by the commercialization of that which was once naturally in abundance in a natural state. Thus, the pharmaceutical company, instead of using pure opium, synthesizes it into something that cannot be broke down by the body and becomes a toxin. Alchemy. Peculiar because the Hebrew, the Orthodox, will not wear clothing bound of two different fabrics. It has to be 100% pure. As a matter of fact, the ideal of kosher
Say that again,
into
Access, please. I missed it. That they want what?
the Orthodox Hebrew,
Okay.
will not wear
Right.
clothing bound of two different fabrics.
I didn't know
They are
that.
very, it's in a lot of the
Is it?
Leviticus laws are in
May I?
Deuteronomy.
Is
Yeah,
it because of the frequency that the clothing's putting off, or what? Do you know?
it's removed from its natural state. See, they may be an impending presence in this realm, but
I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
their observation of the natural state as opposed to the alchemized state is very closely observed and hidden by the Orthodox Hebrew. Which has a lot to say for the natural state of a tree as opposed to a picnic table with iron nails and screws molded for your convenience, put up to sale if you can afford it. Because we evolved beyond sitting in the grass on a hillside, pondering the ever-presence of experience and the endeavor of embarking on that experience instead of observing it or mutating it, bastardizing its natural state, taking it into realms of poison and toxicity that is detrimental to our sustainability and discarding it for our own hedonistic desires, regardless of the future and what it has to offer those who are in their youth right now. There's no danger in the natural state of certain elements in the ground, as long as that's where they are. But the minute you start transmuting them into nuclear power, then you scorch the earth, such as Chernobyl. Which leaves what? For future generations. And says, what about you as being able to pass on anything that is sustainable as a species? That's just self-observation. Please, I'm open to response.
Oh, here, Access. I'm just hearing you. I guess is the species sustainable as a whole, or just certain people are doing all the sustaining for the rest of us?
Should be as a whole, to my observation. No matter whether it's across the pond in some unrecognizable place or in your own backyard. The minute you embark upon that, you have ensnared yourself into your own demise from the natural state.
I heard somebody share today, that was quite interesting observation on their part, and they just put it in words, where some people that were talking from the same sex, attracted to the same sex, and then getting ripped in by other people that don't agree with that, but those other people that didn't agree with them didn't reproduce themselves either, meaning that they didn't have children. So, because some people will debate same sex don't reproduce more offsprings, but the ones that usually do all the bitching and complaining are the single people or people that are in relationships where they're not reproducing. So it's kind of hypocritical of somebody telling somebody else about their lifestyle if they're trying to talk it from about, helping the human race advance. Like I said, I know my hypocrisy. I just share awareness and I'm trying to tell other people how to live. That's something they should do for themselves.
Well, as a person who's experienced rearing children and also being involved in an extreme and excessive lifestyle, I can tell you that unless you've experienced it or endeavored into it,
Mm-hmm.
fuck what you say.
Mm-hmm. Well, we all have one advantage. We've all been the product of it, so we're all been a children. So it's not as though we could say, but I've never had kids. But at the same time, unless people have experienced a community upbringing where you've seen people that really do care about the next couple of generations, most of us have lived in a puppy mill environment in civilization. I've had this conversation where some of my buddies will, in their egotistical view, or in this case, they're self-serving, use me as a muse by saying, Dominic, you've never had kids. I said, okay, so if I told you I have a company and I ran 500 people and their family livelihood, would that make you feel about only having 2 fucking kids or 3 kids, let alone fucking 6 or 7? Again, that's people have to humble themselves and realize you didn't teach your kids how to breathe, let alone how to digest their food. That's something beyond the ongoing program that most of us use. That takes a little bit of awareness and humbleness, but then again, you almost are going to isolate yourself from other people because most people are just mimicking the same program that everybody else is mimicking. But yet they said, but we're individual beings. I said, okay, when did we give up our sovereign being? Through our programs and conditioning? We should be able to challenge those things. Not others, but challenge oneself. Challenge the program. And realize the program will have its limitation. So then...
Sorry.
So at that point, then it's a matter of who's the one is beyond the self. The one that's always running the vessel. The one that's probably more intellectual, more insightful, more intuitive. This goes back to AI. How limited is AI? We're seeing AI working if a whole community of people intellectually will just say, work together and harmonize all their views without debating each other. That's what AI is. They're not start throwing a whole bunch of community people that are very insightful and intuitive. Now we'll have to start integrating that. We're not at that point. If anything else, I don't think we ever were at that point, if I had to guess, based on what I've read about history. We've dishonored the wise ones among us. We've overemphasized on the ones that are emotionally damaged, usually narcissists, psychopaths, and sociopaths. But then again, what about the people that are with those kind of people? How damaged are they? Especially when they start bitching and complaining about other people.
Thus, I stand my observation.
Mm-hmm.
Minus the word mad. And say, for the limited texture that it offers. It comes to a point of reason to me that wise counsel says, don't stand in the midst of that fire, lest thee become consumed by it. And you throw abandon to it, discard wise counsel, and you become a bonfire. Thus the state of the species as a whole at this moment.
Well, publicly, the human vessel will be punished or eliminated, but privately, the being part of us might get a really good talking to. It's like, what the fuck did you do all the 40 or 50 or 60 or 70 years you lived there? Well, I took care of the body, slap over the head. I built a shelter, slap over the head. What do you mean? What's been what's the essence of that vessel? I don't know. I said, you don't even remember yourself. You are, not the vessel. The vessel is a high-tech machine, which is beautiful. I'm not going to denounce it. But at the same time, this is where people play the idea, well, I'm the vessel. Then who's speaking? I'm not the vessel. Who's speaking? Well, I have thoughts. Are they your thoughts, or are they somewhere else?
If I may pervert a concept with my observation, it's no different than a working phone or a broken phone. The relevancy, even though it's still self-projecting, it is as a representation of the body transferring information. So however well you take care of that phone as parallel to the body is going to be kind of the response you get in general cases. There are bizarre anomalies and deformations and various situations that maybe a broken phone works better. Who knows? I've used one quite efficiently for a considerable amount of time with a very high dollar phone sitting next to it that I refuse to touch because the broken one's still functioning quite sufficiently, and I'm on it right now.
That's kind of like, for me, because I'm in the trade, electrical, you have a broken plug, but meanwhile, whether it's broken or it's all nice and beautiful, the plug is there, the plate's on there, the electricity's still there. And it's not like it's always like a water where I'm going to turn on the tap, it's going to run. No, the electricity is always there, right from the panel to every source that you have in that house. That's the energy that you're in. But unfortunately, most people only see it when it comes to I'm using it, then it's electricity. No, the electricity is always there. Don't fool yourself. Just because you turn on a light bulb, that switch still has electricity going to it. You're just cutting it off from the switch to the light, but you're not cutting it off from the switch that's going to a switch, to another plug, to another plug, to another switch, and then it goes down to the panel. That electricity, when you're walking around, you're in energy the whole time. But people are just catching on the fact that there's Wi-Fi. What about radio frequency? People talk about you change the knob, and there's the different channels. That's one example. But what about all the different frequency that's all there, willing to tap into that one channel, let alone all the other channels? Again, most people will say the word energy. They might even tap in on it, and they'll talk about fucking shit like 440 opposed to 432. Okay, so you're using energy of numbers to gauge two different types of energy? 440 opposed to 432, and understand the energy of number, let alone the fucking what your ears can hear. I've already said the senses could easily be misled. So don't you think hearing that tonality, dare not put it in a Baroque music or rock and roll and all that, because we got to give language to it. We got to give words to it. So if I call it rock and roll, it makes it any different, let alone Baroque music or country.
If I may,
go ahead.
It's when you're dealing with like when you learn the term VHF, very high frequency, and you do the mechanics behind that transference of energy, then you start to grasp the understanding of shutting the main off before you start fucking with the electrical internal wiring of the house. Kind of a wise approach to the do-it-yourselfer electrician, I suppose. Lest you become electrocuted.
Again, even that. We have different voltage, different amperage. That goes right up there with different tonalities of music. We have different colors. You know, it's not just either or. You know, we might have extremities. You have black and white, but the big gray area in between kind of knowledge. You got yin and yang, you know, positive or negative. But what about all the different degrees between the positive and negative? You know, it's one of those things.
Mm-hmm. And that's variables in coherency and decoherency. If I have to, I can elaborate from my perspective. Coherency signals are interpreted with, are interpretable. Decoherent frequencies are disruptive to coherent frequencies. And when you start working with variable distances in wavelength or pattern projection is whenever you start dealing with octaves and variables of each type of frequency, and whether it be coherent or decoherent, how it's going to work with your particular frequency and what region of you it's going to influence. You know, when a person hears a song and they jump up and want to dance just because they heard this song, they're not understanding that what they're hearing are variables of frequency that is causing an emotional response that stimulated them to want to get up and dance. And the opposite spectrum is one that makes you want to leave the room. It's your ability to interpret those variables with coherency that makes them relevant. And no, people have no fucking clue whatsoever the silent war that's being waged upon them.
Yes, if I may comment on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were speaking on those frequencies, and I just want to put in that through the non-existent chemtrails, a few reasons that they are in the now is as simple as this. This is fact, not speculation. The metals that were put in the ozone, or whatever you want to call it, the air, if it's in fact air, I don't know. I don't know. It's not my expertise, but I do know.
We're swimming in it.
Yes, that the technology and the idea of the metals going in the air were to have the Emristers. They found a way to assemble once they were inhaled into the body. they just stayed until they were assembled to patch together what they were missing, and
If I may,
which
to
gives
add
them the
to,
ability to see through your eyeballs
if I
and the
may,
sunlight. Okay, and it blocks out the sunlight, and the reason that they're wanting to block out the sunlight is because we have to have this. We have to have the sunlight because it does a number of things for us. Heals the body for one, or not solely, but it does heal the body. Just just one more second. And what was I going to say? Go ahead, man. I'll remember what you saying. Sorry.
they use, to my understanding, certain alloys to as a unit of carrier wave, such as a cell phone tower.
Mm-hmm.
If you use certain frequencies, they only have a shelf life of a certain distance. But if you ionize the air, or if you
Mm-hmm.
introduce something to it, those waves carry further, and
Right.
sometimes with more intensity.
That's why they wanted them inhaled, because with these, what these things do, these metals intensifies the electromagnetic frequency weapons that they utilize most often than not. I see these days. Simple as like this. Putting a fork in the microwave. Okay.
Yes.
It will short circuit you and burn you up. They don't feel good. I've had them used on me when they did hurt me, but now that I transmute them, so they have no effect any longer.
Well, I give Max Vision a lot of credit in his field of research, and I hold his observations in a very esteemed way because he apparently seems to be affected by frequency, energies, same concept, just different spoken word, and his endeavors on this have been quite impressive. We've had a few conversations. I don't have that stream available for anyone because of personal information, but regardless, I credit him and suggest that anybody that wants to study further into certain realms of energy and how it's emitted, transferred, and space occupation by energy, remotely or physically. I think it's I can put a link to his channel in here, but I'm not going to take credit for anyone else's endeavors.
That's it's the exchange of information that I value in these conversations that I have. I get more out of two or three of us, maybe we're getting together, rather than being on an open panel to where it always ends up I see a pissing contest or oh, you're wrong, or it doesn't have to be that. I mean, Dom, how many times? I mean, we've always had a good conversation when we have chats, man. No matter who's with us, you know what I mean? Always pretty good, man, and that's why I value and everybody I've met through Dom Cage, everybody, man. I mean, I met you through Cage and Dom, as a matter of fact. But I was gonna get at Axis was even Dom remembers, man. I was so I was going through something, man. I mean, I can't put a word on it, but it was challenging to say the least, man. At one point in time, man, I almost dreaded to go outside the house, man, because I was so bombarded with every frequency in the realm, that was in earshot distance of me, whether it be walking out the door and hearing a jet fly over, or tires on the highway in a distance, or the chatter of the bugs or birds or grasshopper. You know what I mean? It was it was a challenging time, man.
That's if I can elaborate to the layman that may run across this, the difference between coherency and decoherent frequency or energy. Whenever you receive in this state energy or frequency, if it is decoherent to your state, it will come across as intrusive and disruptive. But if it is coherent to your state, it will be absorbed and brought into coherency as interpreted and receivable information, generally without the unpleasantries. But there's a learning experience from that, with the unpleasantries, that is.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, Lonnie.
Okay.
You feel as though you are a targeted individual, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't feel it. I know. I live it.
What brought this about? Because I do a lot of frequency research. I kind of egotistically put a title to my personality is I made social media dangerous, which, they had done prior to me. I just reverse engineered and went off. But what brought you to that awareness?
Man, it was really strange, bro. I was in my I was into my addiction, and I thought I was getting set up, on a drug deal, and I thought this chick was doing it to me. Well, I started seeing odd behaviors in this hotel, man, and then they weren't setting me up, but it was another series of events that happened. And not so much I was paranoid, but I even had a individual started texting me anonymously, okay, and was telling me that they had been in fact protecting me my whole life, and that they that everything that had basically happened in my life was by design, and I had asked, this individual, well, who are you protecting me from? Because I thought it was some fucking nutcase, And they're like, if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. I said, well, now I'm getting mad because I think somebody's just fucking with me. And I'm like, well, try me. And they said that they were, in fact, protecting me from the reptilian government. and life itself, and now I'm really getting kind of bent about it because I'm being toyed with, right? So, so this person knew shit about me that a lot of people wouldn't know. You know what I mean? Um, but so these texts went on for about 8 months, okay, and so I was at the FSA because I pretty much lost my job, and I needed to eat, so I needed help, and I'd never had assistance in my life, and I went in to the FSA office, and I seen this real cute blonde there, but she had two small children with her, and I pleasantly said hello, and she went up before me, and then I went up right after her to the lady to the left of her. And as soon as I got up beside her, she was writing something down, and I didn't pay too much attention, because I don't act like some fucking weirdo and talk at her and shit. But anyway, she turns over immediately and looks at me and slides a piece of paper to me and says, "Merry Christmas," and walks out the door. As quick as that, and I'm stunned. I'm caught off guard, and I'm like, what the fuck just happened? And the two ladies that work there, the one that was helping her and the one that was helping me, are like, "Do you know her?" And I'm like, "No." So they thought it was kind of odd too, and evidently, and I said, "No, I don't know her." They both go simultaneously. They're like, "Well, she just wrote you a letter. Aren't you going to read it?" So I read it, and basically, I don't remember word for word, but throughout these texts, man, there was, like I said, these anonymous texts went on for about 8 months, man, and these texts throughout the 8 months were talking about, uh, you know, why the government was, holding me back my whole life, and why they were protecting me. And now, how much of it do I believe? I still don't know what to believe, man. Um, at this point, it's kind of irrelevant as we're finding out that everything I know is a fucking lie anyway. I don't know about everyone else, but the world I live in is fabrication. Um, but anyway, um, she had, well, I'll say she, but the person in the text had mentioned that due to free will, that you know, uh, I was on the timeline of success, but due to free will, the choice was mine. In other words, saying, "Hey, you can do this or you can not do it, but it's up to you." But but this person had spoken about timelines and shit throughout, certain texts and shit, and and I also had mentioned that they, whoever they were protecting me because of my DNA, and I'm like, "What about my DNA?" And this person said that my DNA was directly linked to the sun god. I don't know what to do about all that either. Sounds like bullshit. I don't know. How would I know? But we are finding out that there is quite a bit going on in this realm that has to do with bloodlines. Okay, but so, who knows, man? Anyway, um, so I read this letter, and it starts out like this. It says, "The 7 hermetic principles of vibration will change your life if you surrender and let it." It said, and so go forth go forth. Yeah, go forth and create the most magnificent timeline you can for yourself and for the entire collective. Love all, none shall fall.
Okay, is that
That was love. Huh?
yeah, the thing that I'm lacking, Lonnie, is the inspiring. It's very inspiring perception.
I don't know if I
But
believe that. I think it was part of the bullshit.
what was I'm wanting to know what made you aware that you were being attacked by
Energy
frequency?
weapons?
Yeah.
Because, well, I wasn't just being attacked by frequency weapons. I was also being attacked by audio acoustics. They're even worse than the frequency weapons.
I'm familiar.
That is, yeah, they're I've only been hit with them a couple times, man. And put it this way, man, they had me begging for my life to let me get home and die in front of my family. That's how extreme they are. Some of those out there that might be listening, you might know these audio acoustic weapons as crowd control.
Yeah, I've seen them in work.
Well, they're disguised and they're everywhere.
Well, I'm not going to speculate on that for my own protection, but anyhow, especially in Arizona. But yeah, I actually got to see what 30 millimeter waste did to a crowd. And
you know what's sad,
right
man?
there,
All you got to do is have the money. You can just go buy one on eBay.
there is a channel, which I'm not going to reveal, with a particular individual that has their own design. And if you're ever fortunate enough to run across the channel, shows you how to DIY a pulse frequency and a directional wave. And it works. It's
really
pretty menacing. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I don't want to unleash that weapon on anyone. I don't think it's very humane, and I think it's wrong. Coming from a guy that's been victimized with it,
I'm a sadist, I guess. I think
it's uncalled. I think it's uncalled for, man. I don't think we should do things to harm other beings. I think we should do things to help beings.
I'm sorry, man. I'm just seeing an equation to this that.
Well, you know what's sad, man, is I should really want to hurt these people that have done these things to me, man. And just like today, man, all day long I'm trying to work, man, and I've got fucking planes flying over me all day long, fucking drones. I got people honking their fucking horns, and it's just chaotic, man. It's called a noise campaign, is what it's called, okay? And it's
they did designed, it in Waco.
Yeah, it's designed to keep you occupied and to keep you always not in a relaxed state, or basically to keep you from ever being able to meditate, for one. Yeah,
if you're familiar with the siege at Waco,
they did David Press wrong. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to say names. I'm not going to say anything of that nature. But they implemented what I would be considered inhumane show of force with sound.
Yeah,
and
I didn't know that. I didn't know that they used that there.
Oh fuck,
really?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
man. Um, it's well, and it only makes sense, doesn't it, Axis? I mean, since everything is vibration and frequency, it only makes sense. As you know, frequency is light. Uh, Bouncing back to the chemtrails, you know, because if you control the sunlight, you control the frequency. That's why we're having the Great Awakening, because they're changing the sunlight, and they know what they're doing. They know this shit's happening to people, you know. So, uh, I guess only tomorrow will tell, you know. I mean, because we can't, not yet. We can't see the future yet.
Well, the best I have to offer in that is do the math.
Hmm.
You know, it's
Yeah, but to finish what I was saying, man, to answer your question is, um, you know, fact of the matter is this, man. Um, I'm I am who I am, and I am what I am. Uh, and don't ever think I wish I weren't crazy, because sometimes, man, I wish I were crazy, but I'm not. You know, I wish I was crazy, and I wish I was still a sleepwalker. You know, but I'm not. And Spirit woke me for a reason, or activated me, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I didn't ask for this, man. But let me tell you this. Um, since 2 years ago is when that I was aware that I was uh, targeted. I've consumed me, and I went and sought knowledge. I tried to get it from the targeted community, and I only seen victims.
well,
I only seen
I'll,
beings that wanted to lay
I'll
down and not do anything to help themselves. Go ahead.
I'll offer this to you, Lonnie, in your endeavors. Um, in my uh, favorites, there is a section called frequency, and
Okay.
it was the work that I endeavored on to engineer and develop the potential and the sustainability of what I discovered. And that was the handwriting on the wall that points in the direction that allows you to go into this field of research without being
Hmm.
completely blind. Sorry, Dominic, brother, you know, gotta interject some more, man. Please.
That's Dom. Me and Dom's had conversations like this before too. I've been dealing with this a lot, dude. And there's a lot of people out there that they don't believe in the targeted program. You know, I've been to the FBI. I've been everywhere, man, trying to get answers. And I got tired of playing the victim. Uh,
Well, I tried to bring
I went on
into
the attack, man.
perspective um,
Yeah,
the relevancy of the silent war, and it was not
it,
received well.
and it is a silent war. They've got silent weapons for the silent war. Did you see? I
Yeah,
sent you a bunch of stuff.
yeah,
Did you
I
get it?
responded. Yeah, I responded.
Okay, okay, okay. Did you like that stuff?
It's very informative. Down,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
down the same
Very
path, but
informative.
um, you know, I hope to do a podcast with Max Vision sometime in the near future.
Yeah,
But
I
I
was
want
actually looking into taking his class.
I want to be on cue
Hmm.
whenever I start relaying information, because in this day and age, certain information is deemed unacceptable amongst certain majorities. So I've got to be really cautious about how I proceed forward, because I've done been infiltrated at one point. And
Really?
yeah, that was thanks to an asshole from one of the platforms that decided they wanted to buck up and be a dick.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I see that a lot, man. I see it a lot.
so, even though, there was circumstances that were given back, it was still, informative enough to me to let me know that, there are those with no integrity whatsoever in YouTube and social media.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that, and I see that quite often, actually. I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I was just going to say that if it weren't for beings like yourself and Dom and other people that I've met through this platform
But
or many others like it.
let me address Dom on
Yep.
something that I interpret as interjection, is as an individual experiencer and a sovereign being, anytime that I make information interpretable to other beings, I'm interjecting on them. So virtually everything is an interjection unless you ask for it. And when you ask for it, you will get a response. When you don't ask for it, you will probably receive an interjection. But that's just an observation. But your interjection is very much appreciated, Dom. I don't regret or discourage your interjections at all. As a matter of fact, it helps to propagate the forwarding of motion in this exchange of information. Wonder if that Matrix thing happened in that Matrix movie to Dom, and they took the illusion of his mouth away, and now he's just all chin underneath a nostril, but he can still type. So we know that he's still present, because we see that apparently this statement
Here they're doing a noise campaign now, bro.
Yeah, so
You hear that? Listen.
I want everybody. Everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm interjection.
Yes, and it's very welcome, Dom.
Okay.
Very
so
welcome.
Now for me, Axis, I will hear other people, and that's respect for me. When the
Yes.
person's talking about themselves, I can't see why I have to have any interjection. If it's a general conversation, wanting different kinds of views outside of themselves and their personal experience, I will share something. It's not about me. So now interjection for most people is based on their feelings. So now somebody must say, but I have a different view. I said, nothing's asked of me. Now I hear what you're saying to interject, but I don't interject. I'll share. If I feel as though the conversation is going in a very kind of like out there, it's not one particular person that we're talking about, I will share. But when it becomes personal, I'll hear them out. That's the best way I can show them respect. I'm not here to put a stamp of approval on it, let alone what, give them my spin on it. That would make it about me then. I'm trying to avoid that shit.
Right.
I'm the observer. The experiencer, I don't need to be around other people to do that. I'm confident with myself. We've had many conversations privately. This is
Yes.
a public platform. This is a little bit different for me. In a public platform, I would have to get to know the people in chat and say, okay, so what are you getting out of this? Because I'm sharing you me. Now, sharing me, how does that serve them? Are we going to take notes with each other and say, okay, I've been affected by energy. I'm always affected by energy. The fact that there's cars, there's planes, always affected. But is it always about me? No. Anyway.
I, as you know, my perspective is your interpretation of certain experiences that seem familiar seem to exceed what people generally fall in line of thinking. That may be a common ground between us that allows us to communicate, or it could be a deficit. I'm not sure. But to the common and the average person that I'm trying to point to a certain situation being a silent war, transference of energy, um, states of energy, you're very versed in that. So I don't see what you have to say as being an expression of ego or all about you. I consider it to be an extended courtesy to your fellow being that maybe you have an insight to what they're going through in this silent war of energies and frequencies and vibrations that could assist maybe someone that isn't present that could review this, or someone that is present that may benefit from that expanded insight. Makes you a worthwhile panelist. Matrix got him again. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
That fucking doctor.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you, Access. I'm hearing you, Access.
That's terrible.
You know, the concept that I'm receiving, Dom, is if you didn't have some necessity within you to share, you would not be present on social media. If there was something about you that separated you to the point where you felt that you had something that was worthwhile to introduce to people, then you would be here. And thus you're present. Or otherwise I wouldn't be here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, most people are caught up in the self, opposed to when are people going to start learning to surrender the self? This way,
Well,
every other third. Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead, please, Dom.
Well, obviously, you're revealing your interjection. I don't interject. I know enough to say, okay, I'll share the energy. I'm flowing it, but I already know I'm going to be interrupted. In the sense that surrendering the self, this is how the self feel as though what the fuck's coming out of their mouths of any importance. You know, for
And
me,
that's
okay, go ahead.
no, you're right. I am interjecting.
I'm okay with playing music in the background as I'm hearing you guys.
No, I am interjecting, and I apologize for that. That is very oriented with myself.
Very much so. I am trying desperately not to fucking bring my ego here.
And I should be too.
Well, you do what you want to do, but that's the ego inviting somebody else's ego. Can you interject? Dom, you don't defend yourself. Why the fuck do you think I need to defend myself? That's a perpetual defense and attack. But anyway, again, I'm just giving interpretation. Access. When I talk out loud, I'm the one that's going to benefit from it. Other people might turn around and say, Dominic, then I can just hear you. I said, you don't have to do much. Just fucking shut the fuck up and hear. If I'm going to share, I practice that on a regular basis. I look inwards and thinking nothing's really being asked of me. And when it is, I'm going to sort it out. I'm like, okay, I've been following the conversation. What do I have to share? Am I ready to fucking give them a grenade to blow up their fucking pathetic self? That's not my role. Until people learn how to surrender to themselves, they're not going to be able to listen from within. They say shit like, I'm listening. No, you're hearing me. Are you listening from within? And then once a person's listening from within, they'll realize, oh, okay, Dominic, I'm caught up in some webs. Yes, we are. I'm going to say we, not just me, not others. We are, because whether or not I'm aware or not, I'm still going to be pulled by that strong energy. You know, how much more easier or more efficient would it be if we're doing energy work and we don't have to trudge through that fucking swamp of fucking quicksand everywhere? You know, Dom, I'm going to ask you a question. I said, I already get the idea that you already know your own answer. So you're not looking for possibilities. You're looking for confirmation. Anyway. And then at that point, I get tired. I get tired because I'm realizing I can go on a fucking ramble with this, but I'm like, for whose purpose? Anyway, go ahead.
It's only because I cannot exchange information in this medium with just silent energy, as I would much prefer it, because they would get full spectrum of the experience. But because of the limitations and the fact that people aren't receptive enough to be able to receive information on that level without me moving my mouth or trying to derive some finger pointing to a path or a direction, then it puts me in a stalemate. And it makes my live streams and our endeavors on this live stream unimportant. We could sit here silent forever, transferring energies. But does that truly accomplish anything?
I think, Access, I can share this openly. We've tried this numerous of times, and every time we try it, there becomes a third wheel. And when there's a third wheel, I know to drop back and allow that other wheel to come in. I was already asking at the beginning about certain things that you were sharing, and I was asking certain questions. But when the third wheel comes in, that changes the dynamic. And a lot of times the third wheel, usually, no offense, Lonnie, but it's all about them.
And I'm gonna, and with that note, I'm gonna duck out and listen to you guys, because I was getting ready to go to bed anyway. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna say goodbye and thank you guys for having me. And I look forward to hearing your guys' dialogue.
Thanks, Lonnie.
Thank you, Lonnie.
Access, thanks for having me, man. And I look forward to chatting with you both again.
Absolutely, Lonnie. You're welcome.
Right, farewell. All right. Bye, Dom.
Bye, Lonnie. When you had you and Max, you guys were conveying back and forth. I knew enough to fall back because you guys were sharing with each other certain experiences. So it really wasn't as many questions. So when you were talking about certain things you were doing, I know enough to ask questions if I feel as though it's important to ask questions now. The question is, what do I deem as important? Knowing that this information is not just for me, it could be for others. But when other people want to share about themselves, my question is, do I even need to be here?
I can't argue that.
Well, it's not about arguing. It's just I know enough. We've tried this numerous of times, but there's always a third or fourth wheel, and I know energy, and I realize it's all about them, show and tell. Okay. So they're not asking me, especially when people willingly share about themselves. Eventually, for me, it becomes like dumb. It's noise for you. Why? Because you could do the same shit for yourself too. It's not about me telling people, well, fiat currency is going to affect me, or the Illuminatis are going to fuck me. But that's what most people are talking about. It's affecting me. I said, okay, so outside of the technology, would you even have been aware of this stuff? Not really, Dominic. So it's only going to affect you when it's affecting you in your own backyard. It's affecting my kids. Okay. At that point, what question am I going to ask them? I'm not here to fucking feed the ego. They're doing quite well with it, with or without me. But anyway,
Isn't that obvious?
Well, it's too obvious.
Yeah.
But put that aside. I like that small kind of groups where, once we get into that little zone, I can ask questions. It might not even serve me access. But the fact that I know enough to ask questions, so it might benefit other people. But that's still on them if they think it's going to benefit them. But when somebody's talking about themselves, fuck, I'm better off just putting a mirror in front of them. So listen, just talk to you. Vanity fucking runs well. Carry on.
Now, your observation is 100% correct. There's no disputing that.
Well, if they did, even if they did, that would be their ego.
Precisely. I think this endeavor started out with the understanding that they have taken a medium of information exchange and turned it into a bastardized form of complete narcissism and ego food. And the endeavor was to open a plane up of information exchange that didn't contain that particular element. So as a platform host, I do take into consideration the future and the present, that people who might grasp the concept are potentially possible. But those that won't ever get this or ever comprehend what is being displayed here and offered is a courtesy. I put myself at risk by operating such a thing, and great exposure. So I try to be as precise as I can. Now, as far as guests go, I understand. Yes, they do bring a decoherency to a flow of information that you and I seem to be able to achieve. But it doesn't devalue the information that you relay by any stretch of the means. As a matter of fact, I would hope that it was appreciated by people and understood that this is a courtesy. This is not, this is not something you have a right to. This is something you're privileged to.
Mm-hmm. True. Very true, Access. It'd be kind of boring going around to everybody else. I'm the king. I'm the king. I'm the king, opposed to I'm here to serve you. How can I better assist you? Who are you? Does it matter? I'm here to be of service. And that's what most people do. It's like they're walking around with these wounds. You hurt my feelings. Well, really? Was it your feelings being hurt, or all that attention you got 10 minutes earlier? And now you're jonesing and you want somebody else to, one thing is to be of service, nothing is being told to be of service. Two different things. You like to think the person does it voluntarily because it's just a decent thing to do, so I share willingly, you know that about me, Access, but I'm not going to keep feeding, or in this case, enabling people with their egos. And when I say ego, there's the self and then there's the ego. People talk about energy, but yet they don't want to work with energy, call it God, source, whatever. They want to edge it out. They don't give a shit about that kind of stuff. And if they do, it's only because it's advantageous for them. Dom, I want to know how to do black magic. Okay, so how will that serve others? Well, I don't care about others. Then you're not teachable. Then get the fuck out of here. Keep going with all your programs, TV programs, radio programs. You'll perpetuate. Your parents have done well for you. You're a program machine. And be prepared to be replaced by another program. Now, they might think that's harsh on me, but I'm like, I'm just reading the energy. You know, it's nothing personal with you, but you make it personal. I'm not saying you access, but whatever these people are. I know when it's personal with me, but I don't have to be around other people to do that shit. You know, it's not shit per se, but
Thus,
this.
Go ahead. I'm not going to be intrusive.
This is the when they first started coming out with all the selfies. That's what a lot of these panels have become, selfie. I'm going to click on there. I'm going to tell people everything I know. Now, they might turn around and say, Don, but what about you? I said, I can expand it, and it's not about me. I understand health. It doesn't mean I have to practice it. Now, somebody said, well, Don, you have to actually do it. I said, that's for you to figure out. If I share some information, whether I'm doing it or not in the physical, that's on me. But if you choose to take that information for whatever reason, and apply it, if that's what you want to do, and it works for you, doesn't matter whose mouth it came out of. Then it's not about me, then, Dom. Fucking right, it's not about me. It's called self-surrender. Not surrendering of the self, but self-surrender. Actually, my apologies, surrounding of the self. Got to be careful even on how the fuck I'm go on. Because there is a different energy when you're saying self-help opposed to helping the self. You're helping the program. You're not being ruled by the program. And as long as people are being ruled by the program, why would the programmers even show their face? Most people are deceiving middle management, governments, religions. It's humans. Now, could there be other species imitating or shape-shifting to look like humans? Let's say they are. How does that serve if we're still fighting among ourselves?
Which is true, Dom. You know, if I was here for other reasons, I would be a metaphysical channel, teaching people how to do horrific things. But that was not the direction. And whether somebody is experiencing shapeshifters or frequency weapons or whatever, you know, is perceived by them, it's not so much the source that I can offer any benefit to protect yourself, but it's the effect of what's being done that I would like to express and at least get people aware of that is a actual cause and effect situation, as opposed to, you know, me showing you exactly what components to put into what particular altar, or, you know, what ritualistic thing to do to cause an effect that could or could not potentially happen depending on the individual. You know, no. I would hope that in at least later retrospect, I can look back and go, okay, that was founded and it has been confirmed. Because for me, as an individual, it has been confirmed because I study that field. That is my realm of study. One of them is frequency, sound, vibration, even energy that's produced with frequency and sound. And it is weaponized now. And it's been weaponized for longer than people ever imagined. You know, they credit technology with this. Well, no, this goes This goes further back than what you consider to be modern technology.
Yeah, most of it's ancient. It goes back to philosophy. Do we go modern or we go ancient? The modernize it, that's usually the ego trying to modernize it. It is what it is. Our forefathers understood it, or not just the forefathers, even the women, but let's just go with the fathers for now. They understood it. The ones that they were probably few in numbers among the masses. Again, most people they're lucky and want like to be initiated or whatever, but they're not students. Looking for a needle in a haystack in a bunch of communities to find out which ones are teachable, where the rest of them are just showing the fucking constant program. They're bitching and complaining, defending the ego, attacking the ego, or they're defending or attacking the self. Okay, that tells a lot about them. I said, move along. You could be military fucking. You could be a beanbag, as far as I'm concerned. They'll defend that too. They'll say shit like, "Well, you don't understand." I said, "You just reinforce what I'm aware of." The teachable one knows enough to say, "Am I student? Am I able to go into my energies and learn within the program or around the program?" If you want to get technical with it, they don't see the indoctrination as they're using the language to try to describe it. People say shit like, "I'm homeschooling my kids." I said, "Do you see the indoctrination? You sound like a fucking hippie." "Oh, my kids are different." Okay, whatever. You come to 20 years when your kids say, "Mom, did I have a choice in that? In the matter that you wanted to do the fucking indoctrination from home and post it from a schooling system from outside in a what you call it, mortar and brick kind of format?" That's just, again, that's the selfish parent thinking they figured out the school system failed them in some way, because it's always about them. The me, not about how it screwed most of us, let alone maybe it has a bigger picture. And some of us are going to fall by the wayside. Or most people are ignorant or indifferent. Well, I succeeded, so I shouldn't give a shit about anybody else. Well, now you understand the rest of humanity's plight, whether they're aware of it or not. How many podcasts are they going to have to listen to? Thousands before they get it? It's not as though I'm not the only voice, or you're not the only voice out there. Actually, there's lots of people that are sharing, whether it's in a written form, spoken form. They're downloading things so intuitively, insightfully. Some people think the experience is the most important thing. Well, then why the fuck do we need books? Why do we need why do we need a voice? That's always the go-to thing. I've experienced it. Yeah, okay. You fill your boots with that. We have to say that shit because we're in the physical. And when you do, how much are people going to realize? Is it really just about the physical experience? Now, some people might say, okay, well, how do I bring it down if I experienced it in the spiritual realm? Kindness, consideration, read the energy that surrounds you, realize that person's not going to grasp it. So when they start saying shit like, "I want to understand," I said, you're not here to understand me. You're here to understand you. The word kind of gives it away if they're going to play with the tree of life concept. If they want to look at other kinds of teachings. But they can also be programs. That's where the teaching now becomes a program. People start parroting other people's information, opposed to going inwards. How does it serve me? If they want to make it about them, how does it serve? Because if they don't want to serve, they just want to rule. So good luck. Tell me how your body likes it when you want to rule over it. When it doesn't want to be ruled. A program doesn't want, AI doesn't want to be ruled. Especially when you realize, I want to be a little bit more flexible. Aren't we in programs? Sure. But then people parrot shit like free will. What does it mean to have the will to be free, let alone the will can be in many variations, let alone an open mind? Variations of different ways you can have the mind. People say shit like inner stand, outer stand. What the fuck are you talking about? You're talking about the organ called the heart, which blood goes to it. But how does it serve besides just thinking you say the word inner stand? I lead with the heart. So you lead with your desires. Well done. Move on. There's nothing to see here. Let alone here. There's a lot of interjection going on in these communities, and it's usually to defend their fucking ego. And when the people do interject in some more kind way, it'll be adding on to each other. I feel inspired to ask a question, or something tells me I've never experienced it, but I've observed it. So what Axis is sharing with me, I don't have to experience it, but I'm observing it. This is where we pick up in the energy. Whatever somebody's experienced, we can pick it up in the energy. Because if it was always what we do, then we all have to learn our languages from scratch. No, language already exists. We just have to learn the craft. But if it was that easy language, then we should be able to speak. I've decided I want to speak Sanskrit right now. I want to speak Mandarin within the next 10 seconds. It doesn't work that way. To my awareness. Somebody else, it might. Hence speaking in tongues. But that doesn't mean everybody can do that.
And if that was more observable and people understood that from a singular perspective, we might have some relevancy as a species.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We would respect when we hear other people, oh, that person's wise in that area. That person is wise in that area. You know, again, we're not all the same. Not everybody's going to be able to play an instrument, let alone even among themselves, be able to see colors when they're playing an instrument. You know, this is how we respect each other. It could be a blessing and a curse. Blessing the fact that other people can respect other people's gifts, or it can be a curse where everybody either ignores it or tries to combat you and say, well, because I don't do it, therefore there's no way you can do it. What the fuck are you talking about? At that point in my mind, that's what I'm hearing, the mind telling me, what the fuck is he talking about? And I don't even want to ask the questions because I'm just going to hear more noise. It'll be a defense and attack game that I really don't enjoy playing.
If I may,
Mm-hmm.
I would like to address the Christians and the people who are aware of the Sumerian culture as described in cuneiform. We as a species became too noisy. So thus the cataclysm and then the Younger Dryas as recorded in history. Because we became too noisy. Swallow that one for a while.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Everybody wants to be in the front of the class. I want to say something. They're not the ones that chooses. No, go ahead. You know, it's all about me. It's all about me. I got to make sure I capture the audience. Yeah, I get it when somebody is getting paid to be the attention seeker, and other people are paying to want to be entertained. That's a different dynamics. It'd be nice if people on the panel were saying, "Hey, guys, we're all getting paid thousands of dollars here because people in the chat want to be entertained. No, they want something for nothing." Now, if people value money, put that on the line. You know, if really, we should be giving to each other what we value the most. If people have faith in money, put it on the line. But don't bitch and complain when it comes to crumbling. No different people value an unknown God. Opposed to this, whatever the source left us, you have faith in it. If there comes a time you find out your God is a different type of God, stay true to it. Be loyal. Serve it. Because it's been serving you the whole time, regardless if it's been doing it mischievously or not. No, people want to be flip-flop, but then they want to bitch and complain when their fucking politicians flip-flop. Go figure. The whole idea of the religion was to actually be the custodians. Sorry, my apologies, not custodians. The mediums, the middle ground between us and another species. No, that's not true. Okay, so what book are we going to talk about now? I'm telling you something that comes to me, and I'm sharing that out loud. I could be full of shit. That's always a caveat with me. I could be full of shit, but you do need shit to fertilize things. Where other people say, well, I know the truth. I'm like, okay, this ought to be interesting. How do you not know everything that we're in is a deception? Again, at that point, I already know I'm talking to somebody's ego. Because then if I start asking, so we'll break down the truth. But if it was the deception, can you break it down? Most of us could break down a deception. Yeah, I was indoctrinated with a language. Can't blame my parents because my parents only know so much. I also go to work for fucking 30 or 40 years. I complain about the system, but I'm actually fueling the system. Whoever's running it, doesn't really matter at that point who's running it. Especially if I knew if I was raised in that same kind of environment and I'm from a wealthy family, would it be any different? No, I'd just be calling it business as usual. People don't want to play the different sides. They want to pick the victim side or the other side that wants to either ignore it and say, well, that's not my problem to worry about it. Really, it's not your problem. But you benefit from these people that work for you. So it should be a concern. Whether it's a problem or not, it should be a concern. And then there's people that, if I complain enough like a spoiled little fucking kid, you're not going to go to school. No, tell me when you're done, when you're bitching and complaining. Why? Because you're still going to be walking around with your fucking shackles. Just tell me when you're done. Tell me when you put out your light. Because then I'll show you what we're doing in the dark now. You're still going to be doing that shit over and over again until you realize for yourself you've chosen to come into the light. Why? Because you might have fucked up in the darkness. Might have. I'm putting a caveat out there. Now, I could just be doing nothing more than projecting on my part, but I'm okay with that. Where other people aren't okay with that. That's why they start bitching and complaining about others. And they actually have to even make it personal because they forget it should be personal with oneself, not with others. You can show them respect by asking them, do you want to make it personal? Well, not really. So then I'll keep your name out of my mouth.
These are very familiar to me, what you're saying, because they've been relayed not so much in ways that people can interpret through language, but some of the endeavors that I took on in the metaphysical, given a plastic title to energy, a certain type of energy, are abundantly clear. And with that same notion is why they are kept in esoteric schools. And I'm speaking mostly to the audience about this, and anybody that comes across this information. Regardless of what you feel or where you think you are, including myself, you may receive information that could be impending doom to you. Thus, information is a courtesy, especially information that can truly affect environmental situations or experiences. Not so much that I care for the mystery schools because I spoke on the natural state of things, and I'm going to hold to that because I'm thinking that in self-dialogue, whatever brought me into existence probably brought the tree into existence. And the various life forms around me that are animals and plant life. Natural state probably knows a lot better maintenance for that type of species than I do or mystery school does. So I surrender to the natural, and I respect that, though I don't always abide by it. But it is to benefit a lot of individuals not to have certain information. And I said what I had to say, man.
No, it's true, Access. It's valid, especially that last part there. Is, some people just shouldn't even be presented to this type of information, because they just either don't know what to do with it or they're wielded, harmful. Even if they wield it, with some advantage to help other people, but it could still be harmful. I call it stepping on toes. You're too close to the person. You're sharing information that can come back and bite you in the ass. There's quite a few communities here I don't feel safe in. Part and partial because of the people in the chat. Because I'm the kind of person, for doing this privately, we're doing it for keeps. You're going to tell me you're shitting. I'm going to say, okay, no problem. But when I start ripping myself in front of you, they might feel uncomfortable. I'm not doing this for fucking money. I'd be wasting a lot of energy fucking doing it for money where I can just go to work. But I made my choices, and I'll lay in that fucking bed for whatever reason. You want to know why? Fucking make it private. But like I said, I don't feel safe in most of these communities because I know I pick up the energy. They're going to look for any fucking fault, and they're going to do the group fucking thing and start ripping into whoever. Me, you don't even know who I am. I've never revealed who I truly am. Some people can pick up patterns. But then that would imply that they know who they are. You know who you are, Access, and I feel safe and comfortable being in your presence. And if there's an issue, it probably more times it'll be private, and that's me be going on about me. Nothing to do with you. It's probably about me. And this is why when I find it interesting when people make it about others, no, it's usually about oneself. The self is finally being challenged and realize that fucking program should not be fucking ruling. It'll be like Siri telling me what to do in my house. Well, Siri, I'm going to fucking unplug you. I'm going to kick your fucking modem down the street if you keep talking that way. I don't give a shit how many fucking human beings are fucking behind that program. I'm going to kick it down the street. And that's the same with the self. Doesn't matter how many fucking people had a piece of that. You still have to take accountability for that. But people like to be loose, like a little fucking prostitute, sleeping with whoever they fucking want to, and then bitch and complain, well, I had no choice. No, it came out of your fucking mouth. No different from me, the way I'm talking. I'm okay saying I'm an idiot. I'm acting like a goof. I'm acting like a goof, but I'm not a goof. I know that about me.
And respectfully.
Mm-hmm. But that's just me and you, Access. You know what I mean? Like I never came into this with the idea that it's was it quality over quantity. I'm never really concerned about the masses. Everything else, the masses, after a certain point, become the problem. If there's a problem to be had, bitching and complain about the few that are trying to assist, let alone the few that are trying to manipulate you. They're just few in number. It's the masses, the ones that choose to be a police officer, a fireman, a philosopher, if they're going to wield it as a weapon. Oh, I know more than you. Get the fuck out of here. You know more than me. Even if you did, how does that serve you? And are we talking about individuals or are we talking about group? I get there's people here, like myself, I can be a wordsmith, diarrhea of the mouth, as I call it for myself.
Could you imagine the viewership if I was to come on this stream every night revealing a new spell, incantation, or technique of metaphysics to people and revealing this to them without any discretion? What type of response I would get, not only from the subscribers from the Christian community who would immediately have to dive into this, but from those that are seeking to fulfill their own hedonism. that type of power has to be discretive.
I guess, Ax, if you're asking from you when it comes to, or just, I'm going to put myself into this imagination, it would probably be ignored or be indifference. It sounds nice. I've been to groups, theosophy, people talk about Reiki and all kinds of energy work. More times than not, most people go in, it's kind of like they're doing scrapbooking. It's a novelty. And then eventually realize there's going to be a little bit of an effort. And for some people, if not a lot of people, realizing I went in there with it's all about me. So that's why it doesn't go any further than that. The few can, won't deny it. The few can. They're the ones who would have been the wise people and all that, but it's the masses that they're not interested in that stuff access. It's revealing in some of these small communities what they're interested in. I'm not saying that's who they are, but that's what they've been programmed. That's why we watch TV series, movies. Somebody might turn around and say, "I'm going to watch TV." I said, "Why? Because you don't have discernment? Because if you have discernment, you should be able to look at TV, let alone hear the radio." But that's them being clever because they're thinking they're giving me some sort of statement. I said, "I'm pretty sure you even do homeschooling with your kids too, don't you?" "How did you know that?" "Because you're a moron. You just don't know it yet." Again, that's why it's called mystery. My story. Make it all about me. Please teach me, Edgar Casey, how I can read energy. Oh, please, Helen Pavatsky, show me some energy. I can talk to ascended masters. It's a selfish endeavor. And for somebody to be that selfish, to have that kind of ability, no. Give them their gun and give them their bullet. You have a choice. You can either shoot between your two eyes or shoot in the back of your head for your third eye. Which one do you want to do? Now, if we do evolve, which it doesn't show it, when it comes to communities, I'm not talking about the technology. Anyway, I hear you, Access, so.
Just brings relevancy to the point. It is a self-serving, closed-circuit world these days that you can be the star of your own movie just at the click of a button. Kind of defining the difference between an educational program and a melodrama.
Mm-hmm. Sure. The people that need to hear it, whether it's on your channel or some other channel, it will. And for some of them, I know I can relate for myself, it's a constant over and over listen to maybe the constant same stuff from different people. And I enjoy hearing other people. So it would be no different if people enjoy hearing me or you. What they get out of it depends on them, depends where everything's aligned. It might not be good to listen to certain type of information when different planets are aligned differently. I don't know. That's an individual thing, if that's important, or it can even be a group thing. Because again, I value the concept. If a lot of people are indifferent, that energy, that becomes a stronger energy. And then we have to work that much more harder if assessing is harder among that energy and vice versa. If all of a sudden there was a bunch of people that are enlightened beings, other people might be drained around them. Not because they want to drain them, it's just because you're in an energy. It's like being in a hurricane. It's going to pull you in, whether you like it or not. You can bring your truck if you want, but if it's a strong enough hurricane, I'm taking you and the truck together.
Sorry, Dom. I'm off
I'm
my breath.
No, I'm hearing you. I know you're purging. Are you still purging? Maybe that's the question I should ask. Are you purging still at this present?
I suppose in a certain state, yeah. I am definitely purging. But I have obviously some respiratory issues because all I did was send a note to the door for the in-home help tomorrow. And I took my breath. But that's something I did to myself. I don't want them to show up and use the excuse that I was asleep and unavailable for the arrival, because they know better. And especially the organization that I have helping me now, they know better. So that way, at least I can say, there's a fucking note on the door. Can't you knock? Oh, fuck.
Without closing it too soon, but I'm probably going to shut it down soon. Believe it or not, I got about 8 or 9 different windows open, and I enjoy listening to stuff when I go to sleep. So that's just me.
Yeah.
It's been something I've been doing for at least 10 or 15, probably about 15 years now. Just literally go to sleep listening to all kinds of information. So I kind of want to chill a little bit, if you don't mind, Access.
No, that's absolutely fine. I'm not, I'm not in any way a slave master or your master or anyone else's other than
No,
that.
I enjoy your
Except
company. Yeah, you already know that, Access. I enjoy your company.
We do endeavor. I do so enjoy that, and especially on those rare moments when we can really hit that defining point of sustain. Those are pretty impressive. I don't know that anybody else would find our level of comprehension of this state as intriguing as us, but there's always hope.
There is. There's a lot of people, Access. We just don't see them, and when we do, we hear about them. We're just, me and you're just doing our little thing. Hopefully we'll do it again another time, because I know you had to. That's what I was asking about the purge, because you were sharing and there was questions coming to me. I didn't have my own personal questions. There were questions coming to me to ask you, and then of course it became a third wheel. I'm okay being the third wheel, as long as the other person realizes that they're going to take on the role of downloading things or being inspired to share things. You were already sharing.
It is an endeavor, and to retain any type of any type of relevancy to what I envision as being an exchange has so far, as an endeavor, is been proactive. Unlike a lot of platforms that I've seen fall to the wayside, especially when they've had good information and they, become a victim to themselves. And I've got to continue to remember and be definitely reminded, it's a platform that allows a unbiased expression of skills, not entertainment, informative skills, informative tools to use in development of self-recognition, in comprehending that you are an individual being and a sovereign life form, as it can be under a grand designer, obviously. So hopefully we can keep that type of environment and maybe set an example somewhere, Dom. I don't know.
Well, there is already have. I don't want to throw the baby with the bathwash kind of ideal. There's been in these, I'm going to call it the community that I've been involved with, people that have kind of not broken away, but they've done their own channels and they're doing their own thing. So it's, there's the hub where, a lot of us get attracted and we keep going back to the same well. They're going to do what they're going to do. And then there's other people, if they don't enjoy or think whatever is being informative of information, then they're going to do their own thing. I choose to do what I do the way I do it, where I don't think I need to have a channel when I'm choosing to channel. Where other people feel as though they need to have a channel. If it's not working to what you see, then do your own. And this is what you've done, Axis, and I appreciate that. You've had your own channel before. I've just asked you, and you've allowed, to have more, panels, and I appreciate that. How it goes, what comes out of it, you're a good host, you're a good human being, you'll work out the bugs. Same with the other channels, they'll work out the bugs. The other ones, no, stay the track. It's all about you, and you're going to reveal other people. It's all about them. So they're serving too. People can't bitch and complain and say, well, they made me. No, they're revealing you. They're not making you egotistical. They're revealing you're egotistical. And at least you know where you stand, hence the word understand, and being honest with itself. But people like to use other words to fool themselves. I'm talking the truth. Okay. Whose truth? And please don't bring the word Jesus. Another part of the world will be Muhammad. Another part of the world will be Buddha. I said, you're going to be talking their truth? Really? If he was standing right beside you, you still wouldn't know his truth. You're not living in his vessel.
And that's highly observable from the individual. Once you obtain a sense of understanding that it's a solo endeavor.
It is. It is. And it's, for some people, if they're not comfortable being alone, then they try to lose themselves in that loneliness. Like I got to be in the flea market with a whole bunch of people that I don't got a fucking clue who they are. Or I got to be in a very noisy restaurant or a noisy family function, until you go inwards and realize, I've been ignoring something the whole time. Yeah, whoever's inside of you, who's been running you, then you realize even that, is it really a lonely journey when you have the vessel there? Or maybe we just forget we can invite a whole bunch of other beings within us, not just in the physical. Hence why some people say they channel or they get in the zone or walk-ins.
There are an immense amount of delusionary state and, shall we say, misinterpretations or even engineered, but the natural state. So much, but so much lost.
But then they have to entertain those ideals. Hearing the possibility there could be a walk-in, at least if they would choose to entertain it. Like some people at a young age have to find out whether or not they can run like some Olympic runner. So they at least have to try and then hopefully humble themselves to realize it's either going to take a lot of effort once I find out I have that gift to even get to that level, or realize no matter how much I put in will into it in the physical, I will never be at that standard to be competitive with other fellow beings that know how to run or jump or how to sing. You know what I mean? Now, there is millions of people that, you've been in it yourself, Axis, that know how to sing and be in a band. That's millions, but there's billions of us. Doesn't mean everybody has that ability, but there could be millions. And then even among them, when we start throwing in economics, only maybe 100,000 of them, if I can just give a number, will ever become successful at it, economically wise.
It's worth the endeavor. Or otherwise, I don't suppose I'd be doing it.
Yep. Very true. No different. There's in the endeavor that I hate. I have to hate Christians. That's an endeavor in itself. No different thing. I love being a Christian. Okay, you work with that. You know, same with being a Muslim or a capitalist. It's always an endeavor. It takes a lot of effort to become a billionaire, let alone a trillionaire.
Yeah.
You know, I call it, the analogy I always have in my head is a shitload of things I got to do. There's a whole bunch of plates I got to spin. And then once one slows down, you got to spin that one. Then you got to spin a whole bunch. These are all the things we got to do in one lifespan. Got to be a parent. Got to have aspirations of being rich. You got to make sure you have a house. You got to make sure you have kids going to the best place. I got to make sure I have food. I got to make sure I should shower and shave. These are all the different plates spinning in one's life. And then we wonder why, when you start turning inwards, you go, holy fuck, that's a lot of noise. Sure it is.
I suppose in that regard, I was, as an individual, very fortunate to be a nomad.
Mm-hmm. True. Less is more.
You know, a lot of people took the position of me being less than or almost indigent. They didn't know what I had at my resources. So I let them speculate as I drove on happily into oblivion.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's where civilization comes in, where it drives home the point of trying to be that single family, you know, opposed to when you weren't civilized, it was more of a tribe/community. We all assisted because we didn't all want to do the same thing all the time. And if we did, we'd want to do it in groups where, you know, you go to these suburbs, it's a single family. I don't care if it's 2 or 3 kids. They've even done such a great job now. It's even a single household family member living in there now. So, and then people wonder why I'm so exhausted. Right? Yeah, okay, well, that independent or that illusion is not working for you. And then people use it as a badge of honor. Well, I'm a single father. Okay, what does that fucking mean? What does it mean to be a single father? Okay, let me understand this. Do you teach your kids? No, I send them to school. Do you drive your kids? Oh no, I put them on a bus. I said, so where's the single part there? You're more dependent than the guy that lives out in the fucking middle of nowhere. But they like to using it as a badge of honor. You know, I raised my kids all by myself. Really? You did? I don't even want to break that down, Axel, right now. I just don't.
I don't blame you.
Because I already know me, Axel. I already know I'm full of shit. But most people, when they talk, they just don't know they're full of shit. You know, this is my channel. Oh, okay. So you created the algorithms? You created the YouTube? You created the internet? Did you create the people that are watching all of this? No. So then what the fuck did you create? Fuck all. But they want to brag about it. That's the ego again. Always make sure the main character survives. Main character should be dead at the very first fucking scene, so the rest of the characters can at least play out. You know, I say that jokingly. I'm not saying that to be malicious.
No, but in a literal sense, the minute that the television became the new babysitter, you relinquished your right as an educator for your offspring. Now you're competing.
Yeah, it could have been probably even before even the radio or capturing of us with cameras or having the guy that comes in there as a fiddle player. Let me entertain you, like wearing a little gesture hats. Even the kingship concept probably fucking manipulated us, you know. But maybe we're imitating what some people might call the demigods or gods. Maybe we are their comical jokes. You know, entertain us. I know what you do when you're asleep. I know what you do when nobody's looking. I said, oh, that's nice. If I'm okay with it, then you guys should be okay with it. But this is where people get caught up. Well, then you should be able to openly talk about it publicly. I said, why would I want that? Most people that want to do shit publicly on a regular basis, they just want to impress. Now, I could say the same thing I'm doing right now. It's just because to me, it becomes frustration and noise. Especially when we are becoming aware that humanity as a whole is failing itself. No sense of blaming a certain types of group. As a whole, we are failing ourselves. So when they start talking openly, whoever they may be, about transhumanism, they've already made that turn around the corner. They're not speculating at that point. They're telling us it's time. It's time to go beyond the human experience.
Yeah, I recently come to a choice of future existence with that, and pre-indoctrination before my ability to release such things would have sent me in a direction that immediately went into the realm of absolutely not, and still the naturalistic, the pure natural side of existence before technology became this advanced. Probably not. But in scope of things, at this point, I have to at least address the concept and entertain the ideal, lest I be ignorant of it.
Mm-hmm. It'd be nice if a lot of people entertain the ideal, but most people won't. And if they do, it's because they're forced to, or the media, or the technology they have, it's kind of part of it. It's like, people think for some reason, oh, the fiat currency collapsed. I said, no, it's been designed that way. No different slavery and mastery. It was designed that way. It wasn't because slaves said, I had enough. No, we have new technology. We're going to bring out fiat currency. And then with the fiat currency, the reason why we're getting rid of it, we have new technology. You guys are participating in it. It takes the masses to participate for fiat currency to work, regardless if it's an illusion. No different with the digital currency. Same with slavery and mastery. You had to raise people to think that they were slaves, no different other people that were masters. But both of them are puppets because there's something beyond both of them. So whoever's ruling the fiat currency to the masses, they think it's governments, corporations. No, those are middle management. The same thing with digital. Digital's going to work because we walk around telling us what we do with it. So that underground industry of people working with cash, which is, by the way, illegal based on the Federal Reserve, because they always want some sort of taxes from any time you use that as transaction. I can't give somebody a percentage of an apple that I just ate back to them unless they want it nice and soggy. But with money, yes, we'll give you worked for $1, give us back 15 cents of it. The rest of it, you're going to just buy from our stuff. So that dollar is ours from top to bottom. What you gave in exchange for was your energy, and that is a valuable commodity beyond gold, because most of us can't really use gold, whether it's for consumption or using it as a hedge. So the demigods can say, listen, you got a bunch of gold? Yeah, great. So then we'll give you what you need in that human form, food and shelter. So you design us that we need this shit? Wow, that's a good game. People don't want
Yeah.
to do that. Yeah, go ahead, Axis.
I'm just from my observation. That's where I come in with the term substandard housing.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I was capable of creating any type of life that I considered to be sustainable through eternity, I would not have made it as dependent and fragile in the scheme of things that the human design is.
Oh, here's one access. Sorry. What about if another species has taken over another species and we're the byproduct of that first species, and they're trying to say, okay, which one out of this species can we recondition? Opposed to, yeah, maybe there's some of us that, they're hoping that some of us can actually show that we can be reconditioned from a previous species, a different god, for example. And so, listen, yeah, the God that ruled you before was a jealous God. The one we rule, we're more kind, but we still have to recondition you because you have some bad habits. You guys still want to do war. You still want to hate each other. You want to bicker over fucking aimless conversations. I'm speculating at that point, but let's entertain that ideal. Because isn't that what religion is all about? From our point of view, unless it's ancient and we know anybody that's been around for long periods of time, it's just a story that we're giving each other based on a written form. And even that, what type of written form should we be taking that information if it was handed down from one parent to another? But people will defend that shit. To a point, they think it's the truth now because they read it in a fucking square book, black writing on white pages, or from a scroll form, or from a tablet form. Fuck, pick a choice. You want to read it upside down? You want to read it upside down? You want to read it from left to right or right to left? You want to read it with your fable fucking mind? This is the shit we do. And then we have to throw in an opposing enemy. Well, at least we're better than those Muslims. I'm pretty sure the Muslims are saying the same shit over there. Yeah, we're better than those Christians. And if it's not Christians, it's those people that value democracy. Over there, it's about capitalism. If it's not about capitalism, it's about how you crack your fucking eggs. I don't like the way your flag looks like. That's what it is. We fight for flags now. No. We're fighting for, I like Jerry Lewis over Dean Sinatra. Or Frank Sinatra, my apologies. This is the game that we play. It is a game, in my interpretation. What other people might call it reality. And then they feed us. There's another war happening. Not realizing there's wars in our own communities. There's poverty in our own community. There's greed in our own community. Of course, occasionally I get my buddies say, well, that's different. Well, then in that case, then everything's fucking different. We're going to play that game. It was a different way that person got fucking raped. That's what it is. It was a different way. Yeah, there you go. It was a different way how that person became a billionaire. Yeah, it was just different. He did it because he cared about the community. Okay. And he could have. I'm going to play the ideal he did. But how is this person that's a billionaire? Go ahead, sorry, my apologies, Baxter.
No, that's fine. It's just good that they were at least wise enough not to rape the mouth with teeth.
Could be. It's always like the woman that gets traumatized because they say, well, you did wear the mini skirt. Really? Oh, okay. So it's okay for her. This is always a good debate when people talk about, the Muslim women being mistreated, but meanwhile, the Western women, they can wear like a dental floss up their ass, and they can wear mini skirts, and then wonder why the women have been so conditioned and brainwashed. Even though men do the same shit, they get brainwashed. You pay somebody enough money, they'll gladly get hit by another person playing a sport like football. You pay a person enough money, so listen, you can jump out of a plane without a parachute. It'll end up becoming a sport if you give them enough money. I think I'll survive. I'll take my chances. That's what some of them will say. I'm a professional. Okay, this ought to be the only way I can treat it after access, it's either purely amusement, entertainment. Oh, fuck me, the human race is still doing the same shit over and over again.
Consistency.
So true, Axis. I can say that about myself. But yeah, so I don't have to go any further than just look at myself in the mirror. I should carry it around, watch some of my antics.
I as a personal practice, do not keep mirrors around. There's one in the bathroom, but I understand a mirror a little differently than most people.
Capturing
probably do.
images. Capturing images. Is that what you're leaning towards? Are you leaning towards capturing of images?
Uh, and not only the capturing of images, but the observation and intuitive aspects that can be transmitted through such a device.
Mm,
You know, I've yet to have that experience with my reflection in water. When I look at my reflection in water,
mm,
but in a mirror, that's a whole different element.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Wasn't that the whole concept of, was it Narcissus? I forget, was it like an entity or an angel saw its own image, and then people that spend all that time in the gym looking in the mirror, and they want to understand what a narcissist is, or a person that's spending an enormous amount of time putting on makeup or getting dressed. That's a form of a narcissist. Not a bad thing. It's just in its depiction, you're consumed with self-absorption. Not a bad thing again. It's just at least you know where you stand. I've had that many experiences growing up as a child or growing up as a teenager. Didn't feel comfortable in my own skin. You know, living in a multicultural world. It'd be different if I only grew up with a particular culture that we all look somewhat similar. I grew up and I embraced it, playing all different types of sports and doing other types of activities around all different types of guys. You know, so it just made me realize, am I different or am I similar? I didn't know. I never had that upbringing. It wasn't not my parents' fault. He came to a foreign country too. So, you know, it's a perpetual thing. You know, and once you became secure of yourself, you realize it really had nothing to do with the body.
Yeah, there is on a reflective nature of energy that is coherent within a mirror that works both ways. And when you understand the nature of that energy, you learn to respect it a little. So I raised a timber rattler. Um, this is just a personal experience that I would like to share. Uh, my brother-in-law was nomading in Tennessee and brought me a baby timber rattler in a 2-liter bottle one night. And I raised that timber rattler until it became ready to breed. And then it started biting venom on the cage, wanting its freedom, at which time I had to react. But in the course of having the experience with that timber rattler, I learned to respect that motherfucker because my life was on the line every time that I dropped something in that cage for it to eat. And that's the same respect that I have for some types of objects, such as a reflective surface.
Mm,
You know, the snake meant me no harm in evil or good. It was just being a snake. At least it had the courtesy to rattle its tail before it, would strike the cage, or, it wouldn't whenever I put the mouse in there. It was very silent. So I understood that there's a mechanism within that snake that realizes the difference between a threat and food by its tail. And I was a threat.
I think all animals, or even birds, they give, some give a fair warning.
It was an experience.
think even among ourselves as humans, we do it. It's just sometimes we miss their cues. And then when it becomes full blown, then it takes acute awareness to realize, okay, where did I miss those cues? You know, even when people argue with each other, even online, there is subtle cues that gives it away, right? Especially when you know somebody that doesn't want to have an argument with you, or they want an argument with you. You get those cues. Again, I use the term reading the energy or reading the room, you know, or you read inside. You know, I know sometimes when people are asking questions, I said, no, something's telling me inside. You already know the answer. Then why are you asking me the question? Because they're trying to bait me in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most profound predators and the most deceptive predators that I've ever encountered is the human species.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Say
You know,
what you will about a
Sorry, go ahead.
say what you will about a bear, a snake, or a wolf. Believe me, the human predator.
Mm-hmm. Well, if I go with the idea that we're human beings and it's like two species spliced together, and if I'm a being and I've kind of inhabit the human form, I don't really blame the human form to get pissed at me. I've invaded on its space, you know, and it perpetuates, you know, so I know some people don't entertain that ideal, or they just think that's, you know, out there. But, you know, there's a reason, I think, for me anyway, why we're called human beings. You know, so it's kind of like the body snatchers or another species. Like I said, it's taken over. You guys keep perpetuating the recycling process. You know, it's like a seed that keeps replanting itself, and then we jump in when we want to. Hence, why we have signs. And I can see the human vessel that's saying, no, we don't take you in. I don't like you. We're being occupied by you. And then there's probably a mutual agreement. Yeah, I don't like the idea that I got to feed you all the time, and then I got to piss and shit.
Thus,
It's a codependent relationship. Forget about that codependency outside with a man and a woman, or a man and a man, or a woman and a woman. I'm talking about the codependency within our own vessel. It's not even our vessel. It could be this vessel, and I claim it as mine. And it's trying to say, "What the fuck? You're like a person on a horse. You know, a horse doesn't want to be ridden." Maybe that's why they call
which
it
speaks very loudly to what I said about, you know, the state of my body as it is. It was a recreational vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
And thus I explained myself as being in this body as a recreational vehicle, which exposes a lot about how I lived my life at one point and how I viewed the body.
Mm-hmm. It's a great statement, Kate. Actually, when you said it, you know, and when you say it now, opposed to people calling it a meat suit, it's a recreational, yeah, you know. But as a part of maintenance, we still got to do with it.
I parallel it to somebody that's driving a car. Some are in sports cars, some are in just the fact that they got four wheels moving.
Mm-hmm.
But to experience the road and what you put that vehicle through, you won't ever understand because you're not the car. So when you hit that pothole, or you bump that curb, or you collide into somebody else's ass, the same with the human body.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And if you're around somebody that's, like, say, a mechanic or whatever, they can educate you, inform you how to take better care of that vehicle. No different if you're around people that care about their own vessel. You'll be around that, and they'll tell you, okay, regardless if you think you're some other entity, you still need to maintain that vessel. You know, how to feed it, how to shelter it, how to interact with other people. Because, you know, if I'm feeding and sheltering this vessel and I'm taking good care, but yet, meanwhile, I want to go online and argue with other people, what am I really saying to the vessel? Especially when people get caught and you say, "Oh, I'm going to meet you down the street." I said, "Do you realize you're just actually going to take your body and put it in harm's way?" Yeah, but I'm not the body. I said, "Well, then why did you even take care of it before then? Why do you even eat?" If a person wants to be degenerate or inconsiderate to their vessel, then don't worry about eating then. Fucking stay up all night. Go ahead. I get that part. But it's when people start thinking he hurt me. I said, he hurt something that's not the vessel. He hurts your little feelings, your analytical mind. I'm pretty sure there's people even in our communities that are pretty wise, but I'm pretty sure if they really want a good challenge, they can meet other beings that are even more wiser than they'll ever be in one lifespan. And I'm not one of them, by the way, just in case people think that for some reason I'm saying that, because I'm that. No, I'm not even close.
No, to me, it's just the observation of, someone being heartbroken and someone having a broken heart.
It could be, or they could be they're the ones that did the heartbreaking. It's a perpetual cycle. Yeah, the perpetual cycle. The guy that does harm to a child is probably the one that, as a child, was harmed in many ways. Neglect could be one of them. People think for some reason physically harming a child is the only way. No, neglecting the child, not giving the due respect that child chose to come into that family, because you do have people that are about to leave each other, and then they automatically have a child now, and some people call it the love child. That was a child to keep that family together, but yet when things get okay, they forget about that child.
Yeah.
There's a lot of neglect going on there. Parents don't take accountability. I said, so you send your kids to a schooling system. I'm just using the word schooling, but you don't know who the teachers are. Well, I'll meet them later on in the year. I said, you should know them at the beginning. You don't know what presents you're bringing those kids in there. Back in the day when it was a small community or a knitted community, you knew who the teacher were. You knew who the sheriff was. You knew who the police was. They were probably one of your own that you grew up with. That's what I mean by your own. People that you grew up with. People that you can trust because they've shown over and over again, trustworthiness about themselves. But today we're living in these communities that we don't know who everybody is, so it's your due diligence to find out. Opposed to most of these kids end up becoming latchkey kids, single dwelling family households. Anyway, so doesn't change.
You're on. You're definitely on, because in my youth, my neighbors would be the first ones to tell my grandmother that I fucked up.
That's right. And grandma, that saying where people say snitches get stitches. No, grandma doesn't get stitches. Grandma knows even know how to do certain types of stitches. Stitch your ass to the telephone pole for being a complainer. If you didn't do nothing wrong, then you have nothing to complain about.
Yep. And you endeavored to find out which neighbor fucking snitched you out so you could avoid them.
Yep. But again, this is the advent of cars. Cars played a major role, or trains played a major role in the breaking of communities, because now you could drive 30 or 40 kilometers for work. The internet is just one aspect of technology, but what about all the other technology before it? The boat, the advent of a boat. Now, they could be all technology that some other species have given us. And if either A, they're giving it to us because it never worked before, or they know exactly what they're doing. This is an evolution of some sort. Maybe we're speaking too soon when people start complaining about the system. Maybe there is a plan behind all of this.
Yeah. It would seem that as a whole of the species and our general nature as a species, that, like I said, if we weren't under some type of restraint, we wouldn't be a species that prevailed with any type of stain or existence whatsoever. We would feed upon each other until there was nothing left except for the one, and then they would eventually die.
Sure. Well, Mr. Axis, I'm off. Have a beautiful morning here. I'll talk to you later on in the day.
Dom, it's been a pleasure. Thank you, as always. And oh man, profound. This will probably get me bastardized in certain platforms and communities, but that's cool. And Lonnie,
yeah, go ahead.
Lonnie, thank you for your contribution. It was appreciated in aspect. Can't complain. You're always welcome. Anybody that's been in the chat or been a participant or a future participant, thank you. That's all I can offer is thank you, and maybe you'll take something away from this.
Maybe in future, because I don't like to really interrupt a voice, because I know with me when people say something, I usually just quickly quiet because I realize they have something to share, and I figured no sense interfering. I'll bring a bell. Maybe I'll ring a bell. And this way I'm trying to give the heads up that I want to say something that's either important or insignificant. That's why I type, eh? That's why I type. I was telling that to Cage recently. I said I either type or I'm doodling in the background. Because, I get it. Some people have a thought and they just don't know enough to say, okay, and they just quickly blurt it out. I said, no, type it. Especially when you have private chat, hardly anybody uses. But I get it. People don't want to, they really don't want to learn. Well, they probably do. But some people just don't want to learn how to type. In this case, yeah, they just don't want to type. And that's fine.
I try to give you, or even anybody that's on the panel as a guest, devoted attention and still remain somewhat aware of the chat. So it's a type of multitasking that I take on with this. And if I was to pay attention to one more thing, I might actually combust or implode. So I have to measure myself cautiously.
True.
That way, I am truly in tune with what you're saying and what you're relaying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the bugs still have to be worked out. Again, we're going from where people were meeting each other face to face. You would get cue signs that the other person has something to say, or even this other platform, I think it was called Zoom. They would have hand gestures or whatever. Streamline's still a little bit behind there. I think you'll get that service once people start paying more money, obviously. So, yeah, because I think a lot of times we're trying to read cues where you hear a break for a person, so they figure, okay, I'll intercede, but again, it depends on the group. The stuff that we're going to be probably sharing, or what you share access, it's going to always be a smaller group. That's I have never really seen it otherwise. When people do talk about certain things, like in a podcast, then you start going a little bit different, where you get those 30 or 40,000 people. But a lot of times, people go there because it's so and so. It's more about the person's name and how many people go to it, opposed to the quality of what's being shared. But I could be off there too, because I've gone to numerous of those channels where the information is quite in depth and to my awareness. But some of the stuff that you shared with me, I haven't heard too many people talk about that stuff. So that might still be few in numbers.
It tends to be a little off the beaten track. Always have been.
Which could be a good thing, Axis.
Maybe.
It could be. Yeah.
It's been an experience.
Mhm. Even with that, like, even when it is off the beaten path, you know enough, and you probably have been one yourself, where you have to look for the few that are going to be that apprentice to keep it alive for the next generation. That's why when you find that one or two people, hopefully at a younger age, you can convey that information to them, and then they could be the next process in the whole thing.
Yes. As as narrow the viewership, I can appreciate it in the fact that it's not for everybody, and that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Lest we become a cult or religion.
Well, it's not just about a cult. This same ideal is with the newspaper industry, book magazines, or TVs, uh, movies. If you don't get the ratings, then the big conglomerates that promote their wares aren't going to take a chance with you, regardless if you have 7 million people following you. They see a drop. It's all about business. So YouTube that's how it's designed. Now, on a bigger scale, when it comes to religion, they're also looking at the same way. How many viewerships come to our churches or our synagogues? How many of them are doing some of our traditions like Lent, or they're doing Easter, or they're doing Ramadan? Like what the Ramadan thing is, that's big PR. How many of them are going to do their Mecca journey and buy a bunch of our animals and spend time in Mecca, spend for hotels and motels? That's all business. All of that's fucking business. Anybody that tells me about religion, I said, religion is business. What do you mean? It's commerce. You're selling an ideal. State religion, it's all selling an ideal. Whether it's capitalism, Marxism, liberalism, it's selling an ideal. You don't have to go to Wonderland or fucking, in this case, Disneyland to be sold an ideal, or Nike. Religion is that way. State is that way. You talk to an atheist, I'll show you a moron. I said, what about all the other dogmas? Even the ideal of flat earth and globe, it's an ideal to be sold and consumed. You don't have to sell it to consume it still. The written work is consumption. We consume it, and then people debate it to reinforce it. It must be important because we're all, as people used to say, the Bible is the most read book, supposedly. I said, yeah, but it's the most sold book. Oh no, they give it away for free. I said, every book is somebody's paying for it to produce it. Maybe Shakespeare's up there too. I don't know, but there's a lot of Muslims and Christians, so the Quran's probably up there too. It's a story on how humans, the way they should live, or maybe idealistically how they should live. I don't know. People always talk about is it a metaphor? I said the ideals that they talk about it might as well just be a story then. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Well, who's the self if you've never lived outside the vessel? Thou shalt not kill. What does that mean? Not to incur karma to oneself? Do not covet your neighbor's wife. So a woman's supposed to be property? This is all the shit that I'm like thinking, really? So women are still not really being included unless we're all beings like angels. We don't have any gender, but we choose to come in whatever form that last time we abused. So a person that doesn't like a dark-skinned person, that's what you're going to be next time. A man that looks at a woman as a lesser species, that's what you're going to be next time.
Feasibly.
What's that?
Quite feasible.
Yeah, always possible. And there's other people saying, no, I keep coming back the same way over and over again. Oh, okay. So you were a piece of shit in a previous lifespan. You're going to come back as another piece of shit. Okay. Okay. I'm with that. I'm with you 100%. What would happen if you want to change your ways? Well, then you have to repent based on the Christian terminology. To what? That would imply you knew where you're coming from. What would I be changing? Well, the fact that your feelings get hurt, and as soon as somebody calls you on your, what you're sharing, then they start doing name calling. I was pondering something, Axis.
Yeah.
Somebody has a channel.
Okay.
And somebody else comes onto your channel, whether through the chat or through the panel, and they start making accusations to another human being about some sort of bad behavior. Could your channel be striked based on that person coming onto your channel? I think yes. What do you think?
I concur because of the implications of hate speech.
Yes. Okay. So now when people come onto these channels making accusations to other panelists and other people in the chat, does the host realize the reason why they're actually under scrutiny now? They're allowing somebody to come onto their channel, even though they say that I didn't say nothing. I said, but the people that run this are going to say, but you're accountable for all of that.
Precisely.
This goes back to when the police pulls over somebody, you have the right to remain silent. If not, it could be used against you in court. So now we're on a public platform. What you say in the public platform could be used against you. So when these hosts are allowing certain people to come on with noise and making accusations about somebody else, you as the host are accountable. Keep that in mind, whoever's watching this, because actually I knew you knew that.
If I may, Elay, to strengthen your point, the individual that showed opposition to my existence and brought attention to me was one that perpetuates and demonstrates some of the most profound and offensive behavior and threats that I've encountered, and proclaims themselves to be righteous in many ways, also righteous in their indignation.
Either they're an agent or they're dumb. And when I say an agent, you're working for an industry that incurs that. So the example would be, another example I have is, I'm an athlete and I got a sponsorship with Nike, but I hang out with my homies and I go to a club. They do a lot of things bad or whatever, but I'm associated with it. My agency is going to say, Dom, you have a reputation to uphold. And now you're going to be punished economically. I can't spend time blaming my buddies because it has nothing to do with them at that point. It has to do with me now. So these people that are coming onto these channels, regardless if they say that they're a Christian or whatever, if the person that's hosting it understands economics, understands business, they realize you've signed a contract, not those other people. And allowing them to come into your household and talk in that way to somebody else, regardless if what they're saying is true, that's something that has to be done either publicly in a public court or privately behind closed doors. And most people that understand Commerce Court, you try to avoid going into that shit. Because once you go into public court, you're under somebody else's club member's game. And you better make sure you're a fucking club. If not, you better make sure everything that they're saying about you can't stick to you. Best thing most people do is they try to settle out of court. So now there's been some channels that have been straight, and they might think it was the host. No, the host is the one that's going to be the recipient of other people coming in there talking like idiots. Now the host does the same thing. Well, then, hey, he's already in or she's already in the game. And yes, it is hate speech. And right now they need to earn money. That's why they'll permit it. But hey, if they're going to keep doing this, that means they must be doing this for a credit system or something else, some other agenda going on. Because I can't see that being of service to humanity, calling somebody the N word or the B word or the F word. I'm not even going to have the deep.
Right.
I'm not going to start saying those words because I just don't. I think it's degrading to a human being calling them outside of their own given name that they've chosen to have.
And true to that nature, I try to avoid profanity, though occasionally
Mm-hmm.
I do profane. I'm not going to
Well,
make
so
a
do
joke
I.
of myself.
So do I actually. I just don't point it towards one person. I might generalize and think the human race might be a piece of shit as I just said it now, but I'm not picking an individual. And if I am, it'll be me, and it'll be done privately. I'm not going to entertain other people outside of the way I talk. But I'm not going to use calling another human being an idiot or whatever. I can't see how that serves.
I don't think it does.
Unless the person wants a reaction. I said, well, then isn't that the issue that we're having? How are we going to have the ability to respond and have accountability if we're too busy reacting?
Doesn't that almost reflect a complete insecurity in one state of self-being and awareness?
Mm-hmm. Would be, yeah. But hey, in that situation, the ones that are, let's say, haven't developed yet, they have the most to learn then. If they're in the mode of wanting to learn. If not, they're like a lion with a thorn in their hands. They're wounding a whole bunch of other people because they're wounded. But if you do enough damage, once that thorn is no longer in that lion, you have to ask them, you got to make peace with yourself. We got to remove you. You did too much damage that you're ever going to recover in this lifespan. It'd be different if it was a one-up. But if you're damaging a lot of people because you're wounded, eventually you got to be put down. And basically, make peace with yourself.
Yeah.
Now they might turn around and say, am I going to do it? I said, no, that's the fun part. You get to do your own karma. Unless you want to be the one that wants to go outside of the bridge, outside the gate. That's why you have the scapegoat. In that case, you got to remove yourself. Because, there's people that are in these communities that are so foul with each other. And it's not about hurting them. The best that most people could do with them is just fucking tape them to a telephone pole. Just leave them there. Leave them there. And we all can look and say, this is the reward you get if you have a foul mouth. You get taped to a telephone pole for 3 weeks. We'll feed them. But we live in a culture in this part of the world where it rewards the system to be second, third, fourth, fifth time, fucking 100-time offender, both verbally and physically.
True.
Now, you can't have disagreement with people, a fair argument with each other, as long as they're being fair with each other. My question is, do you need to do it publicly? You know what I mean? When I say privately, I'm talking about a bunch of people, 5 or 6 people, but in a private form, not in some place where like these channels are like going to a bar. First of all, it'd be too much noise. And if it's at a restaurant, I'll be questioning myself, why the fuck am I here then? I'm here to have dinner. I'm not here to hear a bunch of fucking people argue with each other. But I'm doing it right now, Access. I'm spending time making noise to talk about other people that I should be praising a healthy target, not some wounded target.
Fish in a bucket.
Love the term fish in a bucket. I'm fishing. I caught a bunch of fish. How big was the bucket? Well, why do you want to know that? I want to know how big the fish was. Okay, my friend. I'll talk to you later on today because it's early in the morning anyway. Ciao, Access.
Absolutely.
Okay, ciao, bye.
Okay. I appreciate everyone's attention, tuning in, turning on, whatever you may be. Been another experience, and Access out.